The July 4th, 2024 Quapaw Nation General Council meeting is now called to order at 9:01 a.m. Vice Chairman McKibben, would you please lead us in the invocation? Please
Yes, ma'am.
stand if you are able.
Please bear with us while you talk to the Creator a little bit this morning. Creator, Father God, Savior Jesus, thank you for this beautiful morning, and thank you for letting us come together here, this annual meeting we have and this annual celebration that our people have kept going for us for many, many years before us, and the prayers that they prayed for us to get us to this point and still working for us right now. Creator, Father God, Savior Jesus, thank you for letting all of us make our way here, and please let us have a good, safe weekend and have a good celebration down at our grounds and have lots of good laughs, lots of good times, and share meals and break bread together. And let us, Creator, Father God, recreate that Quapaw culture that once was all we were known for, as being hospitable people that treated each other well with kindness and respect. Creator, Father God, Savior Jesus, and that we can recreate that Quapaw culture, that when good things happen to our fellow Quapaws, that we share in that joy with them and are genuinely happy for them and show love to each other. Creator, Father God, Savior Jesus, thank you for this beautiful day again. Ask you to please look down on our folks that have heavy hearts this weekend. Their hearts are hurting and are in mourning. Creator, Father God, Savior Jesus, that lost those loved ones. Ask you please send that spirit to them that gives them that comfort and that peace, and put a smile on their face, Creator, Father God, and help them with that hurt in their heart, and let them you know what they need, Creator, Father God, and I ask you just please take care of those things for them. And all these folks here today, I ask you please help them make their way to the grounds and make it back to their home places, and have safe travels, get back to their home places and find those places in good order. Thank you again, Creator, Father God, for everything we have here and all these good things from you. Amen. Okay. Okay.
Secretary Treasurer, would you please declare quorum and call for the orders of the day?
Madam Chair, I declare a quorum. I make a motion to amend the orders of the day, the agenda, to add an item to new business for the Bear settlement.
Is there a second?
Second.
That motion is not debatable and will proceed to the vote. All those in favor of amending the agenda as presented for an additional item regarding the Bear v. U.S. draft legislation for consideration under new business, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The motion passes, and we now have a seventh item on the new business section of the agenda. Secretary Treasurer, would you please call for the orders of the day?
Madam Chair, I call for the orders of the day.
Thank you. Welcome, Hawaii. It's wonderful to see so many Quapaws here today, and thank you for coming. It's through active tribal member participation we continue to make forward progress. Elders are more than welcome to sit up front in the red chairs, which are significantly more comfortable. I would ask, would all veterans please rise and be recognized? Your service is greatly appreciated to keep all of us safe. Would the veterans please rise and be recognized? USS Quapaw coins are available for those veterans who did not already receive one at the Veterans Dinner in November. Please see Carrie Sisson in the back to receive your coin, and it's really good looking. Carrie's at the enrollment and election table in the back over here. If you would, please join me for a moment of silence for all those we have lost this last year. Please lift all these Quapaw families in prayer as we all grieve and help support one another. Gonna go. You'll notice that one BC member is not present this morning and absent due to a Quapaw family who just lost a loved one. The head cook, honor all of us by committing to our traditional burial ways when called upon. Back on June 15th, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee called a special meeting of the Quapaw Nation Indian Council to amend the governing resolution and other potential matters on Saturday, September the 7th, and Sunday, September the 8th, if needed, at the Downstream Pavilion. The amendments will resolve discrepancies in the governing resolution regarding the definition of a qualified voter, candidate requirements, where they'll add and remove language, adding language for felonies and crimes of moral turpitude, remove language regarding nominees from the floor, clarify pre-certification for secretary treasurer. In section 3, we'll address who designates the election date and place, including the filing date, and when there's a single candidate or no candidate. We'll also address section 4, vacancies for elected offices, section 6.2, ethics commission vacancies, section 9, strengthening some language and striking language regarding strengthened surety bond requirements, and strike Commissioner of Indian Affairs language. Other items may actually be added to the agenda for September 7th and 8th and will be included in the published notice that must be completed no later than August the 6th. After the adjournment of the special meeting to amend the governing resolution, the Constitution Committee would like to facilitate an open dialogue to allow members at the special meeting to openly discuss and guide the Constitution Committee on various topics. Topics of discussion will include elections and procedures, terms of elected officials, number of general council meetings and rules, number of business committee meetings and rules, options that balance and strengthen our governing powers. So we're looking forward to September the 7th and 8th here at the Pavilion. Thank you to all those working today to make this a good general council meeting. That includes all the Quapaw Nation employees and volunteers, Downstream Learning Center, O-Gah-pah Communications and Events, the Department of Public Safety, the Election Committee, and the Downstream Casino and Resort Team. For the Downstream employees who are tribal members, please see Brent Devine over here in the red shirt and sign the sign-in sheet for payroll. For those who go to the patio, please keep the doors closed so the pavilion temperature remains comfortable. This room is awfully large. Our goal today is to conduct an efficient, productive, respectful, and constructive meeting. For O-gah-pah Tikada, formerly the Ray property where the new housing subdivision is being built, you can tour the homes around 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you to our tribal princess, Lena Sosi, and junior tribal princess, Betty Lou Goodbear, for representing our nation so proudly and gracefully this year. Would all past and present Quapaw royalty please stand and be recognized for your contributions to the Quapaw Nation? Thank you to Tony Shawnee, our powwow committee chairman, the full powwow committee, and the grounds committee. We're all really looking forward to the 152nd powwow that starts this evening. There is a desk held by Carrie Sisson in the back over here. Raise your hand, Carrie. Where citizens can apply to become registered voters and request an absentee ballot for the upcoming July 27th regular election. When you registered earlier today, you received a voting device, a packet, and a sticker. Quapaw citizens need to wear this sticker. Remember, sticker equal clicker.
You know, I mean,
Those wearing the O-gah-pah flag sticker should have a voting device in their possession. Caretakers and non-tribal member essential personnel should wear the yellow sticker to show that you have permission to be in the room. Included in that packet, you have today's agenda, and on the back of that page, Robert's Rules of Order noted changes. The changes were based on a third-party audit of our meetings and training sponsored by the Constitution Committee, and we thank them for that. A Quapaw Nation General Council booklet that contains frequently asked questions, the July 4th General Council.
Elsie wanted to ride with us.
September 30th, 2024 Special General Council meeting minutes, proposed grievance committee policies and procedures, proposed code of ethics, child care pre-registration form. These were all already made available on the tribal website and social media.
She wants us to stop at the
In
tribe.
addition, there is an O-gah-pah Nation booklet that contains departmental directory, a welcoming statement from the business committee, fiscal year 2023 financial results, reports for all 3 gaming properties, departmental reports, subcommittee reports, and photographs of most of the subcommittees and commissions, and beautiful photographs of our junior and tribal princesses.
I know.
Also contained in your packet is a red for elders, or blue, other tribal members, or yellow for all others lunch ticket. Remember, those are the large red, blue, or yellow lunch tickets. You also received a white numbered raffle ticket. Please keep the raffle ticket. We'll have some raffles of great items throughout the day, and the baskets are displayed on one of the tables in the back.
A storm door for the front
Some
door.
other goodies like coffee samples, beef sticks, honey stick,
I'll look
red,
and see
green
if I have that
cards,
already measured.
higher education ink pen, Saracen
No, I
phone,
know, but we,
voting stickers, family service pamphlet, and Marshall's car air freshener. And we hope you enjoy those items. What is not in your packet is a gas card. Upon adjournment of today's meeting, tribal members are eligible to receive $100 cash when you turn in your clicker. $100 cash when you turn in your clicker after adjournment. There are also Robert's Rules of Order books available from Carrie Sisson's table over here in the back. And there are plenty available. Please take them. Please take them. O-gah-pah Communications is live streaming the meeting. Live streaming from personal devices is strictly prohibited. The video will be uploaded to YouTube after the meeting has concluded and editing is complete. Lunch will become available at 11:30. There's a designated elders table. You must have the large red ticket to go to that line. Please make way for the elders and help them, as well as others with mobility issues. All other tribal members should use the blue or yellow ticket. The yellow is for the non-tribal essential personnel and non-tribal caretakers, and go to the other line. For those who may congregate in the back, and I already hear you, please keep the noise level down out of respect for those who wish to hear the entire discussion. So please keep the noise in the back down. On the back of your agenda, there's a whole list of Robert's Rules of Order noted changes that pertain to this general council, and I'm going to go through those. Only this body can decide on rules for open forum. For example, there is no time limit. Only this body can decide on rules for open forum. For example, there is no time limit unless someone makes a motion. The motion gets a second, and the Quapaw Indian Council passes the motion by majority vote. When speaking, please identify yourself and explain if you are making a statement or would like to make a motion. Anyone who wishes to seek advice on making a motion, the designated parliamentarian, Eric Giles, is here to help you. Please raise your hand, Eric. If you make a motion, do not debate the topic prior to making the motion. Simply make the motion, and assuming it gets a second, then we can begin the discussion phase. The individual making the motion is more than welcome to be the first to discuss, then be seated. If you wish to speak for the motion, please raise your green tag found in your packet. If you wish to speak against the motion, please raise your red tag and a microphone will be brought to you, or please use the podium up front. We have 4 volunteers today with microphones covering the floor. Once you speak for or against a motion, all others who wish to speak must be given a chance to do so before you can speak a second time. Motions should be specific enough for clear action to take place. For example, a good motion would be, I so move the July 4th, 2024 Quapaw Indian Council meeting adjourn no later than 5 p.m. A bad motion would be, I so move the meeting adjourn later. We don't know which meeting, what date, or what time. Another example of a good motion would be, I so move that all Quapaw elders have an opportunity to speak first during this discussion phase when a motion is on the floor before others speak for the remainder of the July 4th, 2024 Quapaw Indian Council meeting. A bad example of that same one would be, I so move that Quapaw elders speak first. We don't know which meeting, what date, under what circumstances, and for how long, for the remainder of the meeting today or just the next motion. That concludes our welcoming comments. Business Committee, have I missed anything?
I think you pretty much covered it.
All right, we're going to go on to reading, correction, approval of the minutes. That's item 6 on your agenda. The first one is the July 4th, 2023 General Council minutes. Quapaw Indian Council, are there any corrections to the July 4th, 2023 meeting minutes? Hearing no objections, we will take a voice vote. All those in favor of adopting the July 4th, 2023 General Council meeting minutes as distributed, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. The July 4th, 2023 General Council meeting minutes are adopted as distributed. We'll go on to the next set of meeting minutes. That's for September the 30th, 2023 Special General Council. Quapaw Indian Council, are there any corrections to the September 30th, 2023 meeting minutes? Hearing no objections, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor of adopting the September 30th, 2023 General Council meeting minutes as distributed, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. The September 30th, 2023 General Council meeting minutes are adopted as distributed. We'll now go on to item 7, the Treasurer's Report. Secretary Treasurer Valier, would you please provide the Treasurer's Report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll find in your packets an O-gah-pah Nation resource book. The first page inside the book is a welcome message from the Quapaw Business Committee. That's how you know you're in the correct book. On the next pages, you'll find fiscal year 2023 financial highlights for your review. And then throughout the resource book, you'll also find financial information that corresponds to respective departmental reports. We hope that you find the reports and information within the resource book helpful. The information contained in the resource book can also be found on the Quapaw Nation website homepage. If you scroll down on the homepage under latest news, you will find the 2024 Quapaw Nation resource book. It has been posted out there for the last 3 weeks. The full Quapaw Nation fiscal year 2023 audited financials can also be found on the Quapaw Nation website. From the homepage, click on Government, then Financial Audits, and 2023 Quapaw Nation Audit. We chose to not print the audit because there were so many pages and we already had a lot of print stuff for you. So please refer to the financial statements that are actually on the web page. The Quapaw Nation fiscal year 2023 consolidated financial statements received an unqualified audit opinion. An unqualified audit report concludes that the financial statements are presented fairly and are transparent in all material aspects. It is the best opinion provided by any auditors. As you can see in the financial highlights section of the resource book, almost 60% of the Quapaw Nation revenue comes from gaming operations, and just under 35% of the Quapaw Nation expenditures are for tribal member services and benefits. As of the end of June 2024, the debt for Downstream Casino and Resort balance is $136.64 million. We have repaid $167 million, or 55% of the current debt. We are on track. Thank you. We are on track to have this debt paid off by December of 2028. However, we are required to refinance this debt instrument by December 2026, and we are working hard to negotiate lower interest rates. As of the end of March 2024, we have paid more than $110 million on the debt for Saracen Casino and Resort. The principal balance is $242.5 million. However, when the vertical construction began in May of 2024, the debt agreement allows for an 18-month amortization holiday, meaning for 18 months beginning in May of 2024, all we have to pay on the Saracen debt is the interest. We do not have to make any principal payments until the end of 18 months. We are continuing to focus on eliminating debt. As we pay down our debt, our credit rating improves. We continue to analyze our upgraded credit situation and develop relationships with regional and national banks so that we can leverage our good credit to negotiate more favorable interest rates. This will allow us to continue to decrease the amount of interest expense on our debt instruments. During the last year, Quapaw Nation has worked to increase employment opportunities within the nation and its entities. This is an ongoing goal that we are continuing to work on as we move our nation forward. Some other financial goals we have are to continue to provide critical community service as well as more cultural events and activities. As we move our nation into the future, we are looking at more convenient and efficient ways to provide services to our tribal members. The Quapaw Nation over the last year has taken on several capital improvement projects. Most notably are the infrastructure improvements at Beaver Springs campgrounds. This project updated electricity, water, and roads within the grounds. We hope that everyone enjoys the improvements while camping at the powwow this year. Another capital project is the Children's Splash Pad that opened at the end of May 2024. This is another improvement that we hope everyone will enjoy while attending the powwow, especially the kids during the heat of the day. If you drive down Future Farmer Road on your way to the campgrounds, you will notice that several houses are under construction on the south side of the road. This new housing addition will provide affordable housing for tribal members and their families. The goal to provide affordable housing in the area is ongoing. Keep an eye out for those house seats to continue to grow. The largest of our capital projects is a Saracen Casino Hotel and Event Center. As of last week, the construction on the 7th floor of the hotel had been erected, and the construction of the event center is moving right along. It's really starting to look like an event center now. We are looking forward to the increased revenue that Saracen Casino and Resort will provide the Quapaw Nation once it is complete. It is our goal to build a financial foundation for the Quapaw Nation that will allow us to not just sustain ourselves, but to grow and provide for the well-being of all Quapaw Nation tribal members. Ganagay.
Quapaw Indian Council, is there a motion to approve the treasurer's report? Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. We've got a second. Let's go to a voice vote. All those in favor of adopting the treasurer's report as presented, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The treasurer's report is adopted as distributed.
Do we have a question on the floor?
Is it regarding the treasurer's report? Yes. Can we get a microphone to Vance, please? Vance, would,
On. Thank you, Chairman Supranov. Thank you, Treasurer Valier. I found the information on the website and in the resource book very helpful, and it was posted in plenty of time, and I hope our nation took the time to review those before. I do have a few questions related to those highlights and audit. Is this appropriate?
go ahead, please.
Again, I think it should be emphasized more that nearly $12 million was spent on tribal benefits. It's an impressive percent. I do wonder if there's ever been a comparison done to other tribes of similar size.
I'm not aware of one, but I think that's a wonderful idea. The goal is always to increase tribal member benefits and tribal member services.
Thank you. Likewise, in the financial highlights, it shows administration costs at $7 million plus. I'm curious, I don't know how much of that is salaries, but I'm wondering if other things got lumped in there. 7 million seems high for a salary of the amount of revenue that we have. So I guess my point is maybe in the future, if we could break that bucket out by salaries, I think it might reflect better.
Thank you.
Again, in the financial highlights, it shows nearly $1 million in land purchases. Is there a philosophy, and can you tell us a little bit about $1 million being spent on land purchases?
We have had a multitude of land acquisitions this year, primarily. A lot of our land, it's not next to one another. So it's a bit of a patchwork quilt. And so anytime we are able to acquire land, either increasing our interest in that land or adjacent properties, our goal is to do so.
Okay, thank you. And in the audit, it shows over $22 million in investments. I assume that that's the remaining Good Eagle funds. Am I correct on that? And how is this money invested?
Yes, sir. It is the remaining Good Eagle funds, and it is invested in treasury bills.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, in the audit, it spells out that the DDA and the Quapaw Casino are not a part of the audit. Am I correct when I read that? And if so, are those audits available to our members, or are they ever available?
What's published is the consolidated financial statement. Downstream and Saracen are combined into a single column in the full audited financial statements, and then Quapaw Casino is broken out separately.
Okay. I found the information very helpful, and I would encourage everybody to review those ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go on to item 8 on the agenda, recognition of elders. Would all of our precious elders, tribal elders, 65 and above, please rise if able and be recognized. I got to tell you, some of you don't look over 65. Last year, 5 elders who had reached the age of 90 were given special recognition. We were so moved by this beautiful gesture that we wanted to continue that recognition. We'll be recognizing 5 other elders who have reached the age of 90 this morning. Some are in the room, some are watching on Zoom. And we want to express our gratitude for teaching us, guiding us, and helping to continue our Quapaw traditions and culture. Gunagay. Would the following elders and family members present please come forward to receive a Quapaw Clan Pendleton blanket as a gift of esteem and respect? Would the BC please step forward to present these? First, we have Betty Jean Whitehonor and her family are watching on Zoom from the great state of Maryland, and we're appreciative of that. Bobby Jean Cross is also 90. She's not here today, but is watching from home. Patricia Ann Konechny was planning to be here today. Would you please come forward? In addition, Joseph Samuel Cusat, but I don't think he's here today. If he is, please come forward. And Eula Maxine Mayfield is here today. Would you please come forward and receive this Quapaw Clan Pendleton blanket?
If I heard, I mean, unless they did it when I was in the bathroom. Did they call her name when I was in the bathroom?
No.
Well, then she didn't, I mean, they didn't call her.
Recognize her current priority here. Okay. Yeah, just say that Joey's gonna speak on her. Yeah. Okay. Joey, you want to do better thing now?
Before we proceed to the elections, we're going to invite this year's tribal princess and junior tribal princess to address the Quapaw Indian Council should they choose to do so. Betty Lou Goodbear. Betty Lou, thank you for representing us so gracefully this year.
Hello, 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 Hawaii, O-gah-pah, Shika. Hello, our Quapaw people. What a nice day it is. I thank you guys for giving us a little time to say something on behalf of my little sister Betty here, and ask all my elders in the room. Ask you guys to overlook me for talking before you like this. I don't mean to be like this. My grandma come up and asked me to say something on behalf of my little sister, so I'll do the best I can. Betty Lucille Goodbear here. She's been representing us for the past year for the 23 and 24 calendar year here as our junior tribal princess. On her Quapaw side, she comes from the Valier and Greenback families. Her great grandparents were Charm Valier and Walter King Jr. She also represents our Sac and Fox, Cheyenne, Pawnee, Iowa, and Oto relatives over there. She's 9 years old. She's in the 3rd grade. She is an honor student. Wow, good job. She helps her mom cook for different ceremonies, goes around with her mom and her grandma. She attends NAC, Native American Church, different powwows across the Indian country, goes into Sweat Lodge and participates in any and all things that she can as a little young Indian girl here amongst our people. I've seen her personally move around, do the best that she can. It sure is inspiring the way that she goes, the way that her family takes her around. And she's asking for your guys' support here this year again to go again as our tribal princess. So you guys, just want to say that much to you. Say thank you. So thank you again, Grandma. I appreciate you. I appreciate you asking me to do this, how we do, how this goes in our powwow world. You have somebody come up and talk for you. You have somebody speak for you. I'd never seen that. We kind of changed that a little bit this year to do it like that. And I'm sure glad for it because that's how I was raised to be around. So I just want to say thank you again. I'm gonna turn it over here to little sister Betty here. You want to say something and address everybody?
Thank you for letting me be princess, and I can't wait who the new princess is gonna be. I wish her good luck.
Thank you, Betty Lou. Would Lena Sosi like to come forward and say any words? If not, that's okay too. We sure do want to thank her for everything that she's done to represent the Quapaw Nation this year.
Hello, my name is Lena Sosi. I am 15 years old and I live in Chelsea, Oklahoma. I want to thank everybody this year for allowing me the opportunity to represent y'all. I have had an amazing year this past year, going to different states and going to different powwows and gatherings all over Indian country to represent y'all. I would like to appreciate your vote because I will be running again for the Quapaw Nation Princess. Thank you again, Gonna Gang.
All right, let's go on to the election point of our agenda. First is tribal princess. Just a couple of words about that. They must be 14 to 18 years of age and can serve for a total of 2 years. After nominations are complete and it's time for the nominees to speak, they are welcome to have someone speak on their behalf. Those who are nominating, please rise, state your name for the record, and state who you are nominating. Let nominations for Quapaw Tribal Princess begin. Are there any nominations for Tribal Princess? Is that Lena Sosi? We've got another nomination. Billy Kirkendall? Did I say that right? Thank you. Billy Kirkendall.
Can we get microphones to the people who are attempting to nominate so that everyone can hear the names?
So we've got 2 nominees. Are there any additional nominees for Tribal Princess? Hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council. First, Lena Sosi. Don't know what that means. What does that say?
This clicker is missing. So
Hawaii, Lena Sosi, Jaji Avni, Banapa Ani Omanika Nihi, Chelsea, Oklahoma Ani. Hello, my name is Lena Sosi. I'm an enrolled member of the Quapaw Nation. I am a descendant of the Kiowa, Oto, Missouri, Cherokee, Iowa, Navajo, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Sac and Fox tribes. I am a freshman at Chelsea High School, where I play basketball and softball for the Chelsea Dragons. Sorry. I'm also involved in clubs FCCLA, Stuco, and NASA. I live with my parents, Jennifer and Francis, and siblings Minnie, Najoni, and Ashki Sosi. I'm a proud auntie to Kinsley Medea, the daughter of the late Xander Ray Medea, Sonny Boy, and Anatalia D. Arcnikita. My maternal grandparents are the late Larry and Pauline Sosi, and my great-grandparents are Vernon Sr. and Billy Shawnee Atkins, and Howard and Flora Parentis Sosi. My father is Good Warrior Deer, and my paternal grandparents are Francis Chiefy Deer Jr. and Irene Redbird. And I have one sister, Nanosha, is on my father's side. I would appreciate your vote to represent my Quapaw people again. Sorry. I would like to get more experience to gain more about my Quapaw Nation, because my goal from this is to be able to run and represent for Miss Indian Oklahoma, and to continue on and to run for Miss Indian World, to represent my Quapaw Nation. I had a wonderful time representing my Quapaw Nation this past year. I had got to travel all over to powwows and gatherings all across Indian country. I was able to visit 11 states. I would like to say thank you to the business committee for approving my travels to represent my Quapaw Nation this past year. I would like to say thank you for your time. Good luck to all the other contestants, and I hope you all have a pleasant evening. Safe travels home and to the powwow. And I pray God with you all. Gonna gay.
Billy Kirkendall, would you please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Away, I'm Billy Kirkendall, daughter of Bianca Thomas, and the late Ira Kirkendall. I am the direct descendant of the tall chief, the last royal chief of the Quapaws, Maud Angel Thompson Supernall, and Willie Thompson. I'm proud to carry on the tradition of my grandparents, Nikki and the late Martin Thomas. My great-grandparents, the late Billy Webster, who I'm named after, and the late Nick Webster. I'd be honored to represent the people of our nation and would appreciate your vote. Kind of gay.
Would the person who nominated Lena Sosi please see Brent Devine for the nominator's name to be in the record? We're now going to go to the vote. Would the election committee please, this is going to be the first time we use our clickers. So if we could receive some instructions, that would be greatly appreciated.
Madam Chair, we've been notified that clicker number 2821 is missing. I'm not sure if you have 2821, please let us know. Clicker number 2821. Your numbers are up here on the top of your clickers, right above the screen.
Good morning, everybody. It's Frank Frazier. I get to be the mouthpiece for the election committee. We have used these things so much in the last 2 years. I think everybody's pretty familiar. Down in the right-hand corner on the zero, push it to power it up. It should say thank you or welcome. If it doesn't light up momentarily, raise your hand so somebody can come and see what your problem is. But like I said, I think we pretty much got these down pat. We've used them so much in the last couple of years. We will momentarily have the nominees up on the board and proceed to the voting. Thank you. If anybody has any problems, be sure and raise your hands. I would also, excuse me, I'd also like to say, we need to give these two ladies a big hand, because even if you've got something to read in front of you, you get in front of this little black thing, it just frightens some people. You get up here and you just forget what you're going to say. Sometimes you can't even read what's in front of you. So I have to applaud these two young ladies for getting up here and doing what they did.
Can we put up on the screen the two candidates for Quapaw Tribal Princess? All right, so select the number 1 for Lena Sosi, number 2, Billy Kirkendall. Then I think once you hit the number, you have to hit the send button.
It's hot, and I'm like,
Is it supposed to say received? Okay. I may be the only one having problems.
No, mine's doing that too.
No, it's not.
After you made your selection, 1 or 2, you push send.
Oh, there it is.
Momentarily, it might take a couple of seconds, mine did, and it will finally hopefully say receive. That's what it should say. So if anybody has any problems, be sure and raise your hands, let us know. Somebody will come out to help you with your problem, okay?
There you go.
Thank you, Frank.
Don't hit send. We have clickers raised over on the side of the room. We got clickers raised everywhere. That's good. I like seeing that.
While we're waiting for all the votes to come in, we're going to do a couple of raffle baskets. So if you pull out your white ticket from your packet, it's got some numbers on it. Spin it good, get it all mixed up. This first basket that we're going to raffle is from the Quapaw Counseling Services, and it's themed to camp basket. It has a chair, a clip-on fan, a cornhole game, s'mores kit, 2 camp cooking forks, citronella candle, ice chest cooler, table. It's got all sorts of goodies in there. So this one's a camp themed basket from Quapaw Counseling Service. All right, we've got a ticket here, 040747. That's 040747. I know everybody's still trying to dig out their white tickets. Do we have a winner? All right. If you go to the table in the back, they'll give you the Quapaw Counseling Service camp basket. All right. Keep your tickets out. We're going to go ahead and do a second one. This next one is from Downstream Casino and Resort. It's a fire pit and chair. Well, that's pretty cool. That one is number 753938. That number is 753938. Do we have a winner? I'm going to announce the number one more time, and then we're going to draw for a different ticket number. 753938. Anyone? All right. Let's do another one. Again, this one's from DCR, fire pit and chair. All right. We got a different number, 753616. 753616.
I hear clapping somewhere.
Oh, we do have a winner. Awesome. Oh. And the baskets are in the back on the table. Election committee, have all the votes come in? Let's go ahead and do a third one. Voting this first time always takes a little bit longer. All right, so the next one is from Realty and Trust, Executive Director of Resource Management. It's called Outdoor Fun. It's a family pool, towels, cups, sunscreen, river tube, and a floating lounge. Sounds fun. So that one is 040725. 040725. We got a winner. All right.
Oh, hey, it seems like we have over 600 people that have registered and got clickers. And we're only showing 539 of you guys voting. So we're going to extend it for 1 minute and then it's going to close. Voting will close in 1 minute. If you have a clicker and you haven't voted, please do so.
I didn't see the shot, but I thought it was here. Okay. Italy? Yeah. Linda did. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got, I didn't get the other one. No,
Dana.
look. Oh, bless it. Dana. Yeah, okay.
Attention, voting has now ceased. The results will be posted momentarily. And it looks like Lena Tosi will be our Quapaw tribal princess for 24-25. Congratulations, Lena.
Lena Sosi, would you please come forward? Would Carolyn Knott please come forward to present the beautiful shawl?
Lena, do your picture like that.
Congratulations, Lena. Let's go on to the next election for junior tribal princess. Must be 8 to 13 years of age and can serve for a total of 2 years. After nominations are complete and it's time for the nominees to speak, they are welcome to have someone speak on their behalf. Those who are making nominations will ask each nominee to come forward and address the Indian Council. If you want to make a nomination, please rise, state your name, and state who you are nominating. Let nominations for Quapaw Junior Tribal Princess begin. Are there any nominations? I see a hand in the back. Please speak into a microphone. So we,
Hawaii, I'm Julia Pibashi, and I would like to nominate Aaliyah Pibashi for Junior Quapaw Nation.
Aaliyah Pibashi.
Yes.
Are there other nominations for Quapaw Junior Tribal Princess? I don't see any other hands raised. We've got another one. Here we go. Soon as we get the microphone working, we'll know who the nominee is.
Hello. Hawaii, my name's Heather Dismuke. I'd like to nominate Emma McCandless.
Was that Emma McCandless? McCamus. It's okay. Got it. Thank you. Emma McCandless. Did we have another nominee up front? Any other nominees? We've got another one.
I was gonna have a correction on the name. It's Emmeline McCandless.
Thank you. Emmeline McCandless.
Can we get a microphone to the ones who raised your hands again for the nomination? Those over here that had raised their hands to nominate.
Any other nominations? Hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council. First is Aaliyah Peebushy. Aaliyah is making her way to the front. Take your time.
Hello, my name's Aaliyah Peebushy. I would be honored to be junior princess and I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Well done. Emmeline McCandless.
Oh, wait, my name is Emily McCandless, great-great-granddaughter of Arthur Buffalo, great-great-granddaughter of Pat and Mike Weaver, granddaughter of Kelly and Todd Weaver, daughter of Blakeney and Brad McCandless. I would be honored if you would vote for me today. Thank you.
This was going to be tough. Two excellent nominees. So let's go ahead and get the names with the numbers up on the screen so we can proceed to the clicker vote.
Hello, it appears that we have over 620 people that have these in their hands today. It would be nice if we could at least get up to over 600 on an active vote. So if you have the clicker in your hand, if you have a problem, all you have to do is raise your hand and somebody will come and help you. But please, let's vote for these girls. Let's have a good showing for them. You know, they got up here and did this and they're doing a great job. And we need to show them some respect and vote for them. We will have the names posted momentarily and the vote will go just as it did before. If for some reason your machine is powered off, hit the bottom right-hand button, it'll say welcome or, Quapaw tribe. And then you'll proceed to vote just as we did before, make your selection, one or two, and then push send. And as before, it should say received. And sometimes it might take momentarily. And I see some hands up in the air. Got a question? Oh, evidently we got a mistake when they put the names up. He's got Emily as first and Aaliyah as second, and it was just reversed. If that's what somebody's going to notice, but really who you vote for, the number you pick is what's going to determine who gets it. Wow. He's just going to flip them.
So one for Emmeline McCandless, number two. Oh, you're switching them? In the order in which they actually spoke and
Yeah,
were nominated.
We'll correct that momentarily. Okay, that make everybody happy? Okay.
What happens to the votes that were already submitted?
They shouldn't have been able to already vote because I hadn't told them the voting had commenced yet.
They reset it.
New vote now. If you actually submitted before they got the name switched, it will not count. Go ahead and count, go ahead and vote for what's on the screen at this time. We're sorry for the problem we caused. But proceed to vote, please. Thank you.
It appears that we currently have 2 clickers missing. Again, clicker 2821 and then 2946. If anyone has those or you see them around somewhere, please return them up to the election committee so they can get them to the right people. Again, that's clicker 2946 and 2821. Yep.
Just a quick reminder, if it hasn't said received, that means it hasn't went through. Because sometimes it takes 5 to 10 times we've discovered, so.
So please keep getting your votes submitted. We're going to go on to another raffle. This is from the Quapaw Nation Environmental Office. It's a snow cone basket. It's a shaver kit with 20 cups and straws. So get out your white tickets. That number is 753-901. 753-901. Does anybody have that number? Seven five 901.
Hoot and holler, whistle, whatever. Jump up and down. Let us know you got the number. We got.
Oh, we got a winner. That is fantastic. You won the Quapaw Nation Environmental Office, the snow cone basket. Let's go ahead and do another one. This is from the business committee. It's a camp basket. It has a cooking pot, hominy, dried corn ladle, hand towels, pot holder, and a Walmart gift card. That's the BC camp basket. That number is 040754. 040754. We got a winner. All right. And that's the BC camp basket.
Wait.
Okay, looks like we're stuck on 537, so that means there's probably about 100 people out here that's not voting. Come on, guys, let's hit your clickers, make the vote. If you have a problem, we will help you to address that problem. We actually had 656 people that have went through the line and picked up clickers. So that's really not a very good number when you consider how many people got their hands on these. If you have not voted now, please proceed to do so or attempt. And if you have a problem, raise your hand so we can help you.
Because we're waiting on, coming and stuff. People are probably stepping out to use the bathroom or take a break. Sometimes it's great. Like they're still working on somebody's clicker down there, so.
Attention, voting will stop in exactly 1 minute. If you have not voted, you need to do so now. Thank you. Voting will now stop. I do want to make an announcement. Due to the amount of time we're spending on these elections, we're going to limit the voting period to 3 minutes. All further voting elections with the clickers will have a time limit of 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, the vote is on the board, people. Like Emily McCandless deserves a congratulations, and thank you to Aaliyah for running. Congratulations.
Would Emma McCandless please come forward, as well as Carolyn Knott?
Kurt. Hey, I went to the farm earlier. Yeah, they are.
Wonderful. So we have a new tribal princess as well as a junior tribal princess. Congratulations to them both. Our next election is for the Powwow Committee Chairman. Those who are making nominations, please rise, state your name for the record, and state who you are nominating. Let nominations for Powwow Committee Chairman begin. I see a hand raised at front. Betty Gadke, can we get a microphone to her, please? And there's another one over, okay.
For nominating. Okay, yes, I'm Betty Gadke, and I would like to nominate Skip Panther.
Skip Panther is being nominated by Betty Gadke.
I second nomination for Skip Panther. Right here.
Hi, I'm Mallory Shawnee, and I'd like to nominate Tony Shawnee again.
Tony Shawnee is nominated by Mallory Shawnee. Are there other nominations for Powwow Chairman? We've got a hand over. Yep. They're getting to you.
My name is Rhonda Dick, and I would like to.
I would like to nominate Jeremy Olson.
Who? Can you repeat that name, please?
Kathy Quapaw.
Could you please repeat your nomination? It's difficult to hear.
Jeremy Olson. I've been nominating him. And my name is Kathy. I'm his aunt. And I know that he knows Quapaw ways very well. So thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Olson was nominated by his aunt Kathy Ingebretson. Are there other nominations? There's another hand.
Hey, yes, my name is Rhonda Dick, and I would like to nominate Liz Tiger.
Liz Tiger.
Huh?
And could you repeat your name, please?
Rhonda Dick.
Rhonda Dick. Thank you.
Hello? This is Liz Tiger. I'd like to decline that nomination, but thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Are there other nominations? Up, there's another hand in the back.
Hey, John, what are you doing? I miss it.
Hi, my name is Victoria Dunbar, and I would like to nominate Ben Waters.
Ben Waters is being nominated. Looks like we've got another hand wanting to nominate someone.
Uga'xpa Hamilton.
Could you please repeat the name?
Uga'xpa Hamilton. Also known as Aki Hamilton.
Thank you, Aki Hamilton.
Nominated by whom? The person that nominated Aki Hamilton, would you? Melinda? Okay.
Melinda Atkinson McFarland.
Thank you.
Hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward. Oh, we've got another one.
Sean Ellick.
Sean Ellick, nominated by Callie Bowden. All right, so hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council. First, we have Skip Panther. No, we cease nominations. Is Skip Panther here this morning? All right, we'll go on. Tony Shawnee. Is Tony here this morning? I thought I saw him.
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. And I am Tony Shawnee. I'm the current powwow chairman. And I'm honored that somebody has voted me in. And I'm very, very, very excited for this tonight's powwow to start. So again, I appreciate and everybody that voted, or maybe if you vote for me, I appreciate that. So thank you again.
And Kathy Quapaw, and the rest of General Council just want to let you know that Jeremy Olson politely declines the nomination for powwow chairman. Thank you.
So Jeremy Olson has declined. Thank you. Next, Ben Waters.
Away. My name is Benjamin Waters. Many of you might know me as Bobo from when I was a little bitty guy. I've been dancing since I was 5 years old, and I'm honored to be thought of to potentially fulfill this position, and your support would be appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Next is Aki Hamilton.
Good morning. Can we dim the lights a little bit? No, my name is Akanoxie Hamilton. I grew up dancing at this powwow, dancing with Tony Shawnee, Ben Waters, I just like to see this powwow stay in good hands. I mean, with Tony, I think it'd be in good hands, all of us. But my sister wanted me nominated. I just thought this powwow would be awesome. Someone's been there growing up, dancing that powwow years and years and years. I just thought it'd be cool. So my sister nominated me. Here I am. So good day, everybody.
Thank you. The last nominee is Sean Ellick.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, we will. We will. I was just trying to give him as much time as possible to get in the room.
Morning, everybody. I just want to say that I've been raised here at this dance, been 49 years now. So if I get this, you all let me to it. We'll just keep it rolling and make it a good weekend for everybody. So hope you all have a good weekend this weekend, and glad to see you all here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, and Skip Panther.
Good morning. My name is Skip Panther. I've been going to powwows all my life, and this is without a doubt my highlight of all dances. It'll be a great honor to run this dance. My family has had parts in it throughout the years, and I have a feeling I would put on a very good dance for everyone with a lot of activities for our youth, like we used to have back in the day. There's a lot of things I would like to reiterate back into our dance, as well as continue with what we got going on. So I would appreciate your votes.
Thank you, Skip. Now, if we can get the nominees and the numbers up on the screen, we can get to the vote.
Attention, when we put these up on the screen, it's going to be in the order that they come to the podium and spoke. And as before, we're going to put a 3-minute time limit on the voting. I will notify you when there's 30 seconds left for people that are slow about pushing their buttons. He will put the names on the board and we'll start the 3-minute countdown. You may begin voting.
No, no. Hey, hurry up and vote. Yeah. Learn the hard way. They all know.
And as before, if anybody's having any problems, just hold your hand up. One of the people with the election committee will come out and help you see if we can straighten it out. Wow, now mine's not receiving.
You good?
That for me while I run to the restroom.
Hey, Pete.
Man. Yes. Yes.
Okay, I've just been notified that when we all push our buttons at the same time, it may take a second for it to register and say receive. So maybe that's why mine's still not saying receive. We'll try it again.
Come on, hang on.
All right, we're going to go to another raffle. This is the Quapaw Nation Marshals Party Basket with cans of soda, chips, popcorn, and an electric beverage cooler fridge. That's a party basket, all right. All right, so we've got number 753915. 753915, and we've got a winner. Yeah. We're going to do another basket. It's from the Downstream Casino Resort. It's a rolling cooler and chair. That's a lucky ticket. 040706. 040706. Do we have a winner? 040706. Oh, we've got a winner. All righty. Nope. Clicker problem. My apologies. All right. We're going to draw another number. All right, again, that's for the rolling cooler and chair, courtesy of Downstream, 040728. 040728. Zero 040728. Sure would like to get a winner. I'll say it one more time, 040728. Then we'll go to another number. Oh, we got a winner?
No. Bye.
We're going to go to another number. That's 040545. 040545. Oh, we got a winner. Congratulations.
All right, I'm gonna have to back up on that 3-minute time limit. I've been notified by IT that the new mics and everything, there's a lot of interference in the room. He said his didn't go through till like 2.5 minutes after he voted, so we're gonna make the new time limit 4 minutes. So anybody having any difficulties, please raise your hand so we can come help you. We will give you an additional 45 seconds time limit to end, okay? Everybody good with that?
What can they say? What can everything say?
Okay, here in the back.
I know not at the moment.
Right.
Probably because I've been walking around.
Okay, no more hands are up. I assume everybody's completed their voting. We will now display the results. And it looks like we can do congratulations to Tony Shawnee again.
Well, that's great. We've got a powwow chairman for next year. I do need to make an announcement. Folks that are seated are having a lot of difficulty hearing because of the excess background noise from the back of the room. I would ask everybody to keep your conversations to a minimum and use low voices. Otherwise, it harms everybody in the room and their ability to hear. We are moving right along. So I just need to read a little bit of a preamble here. We have 3 grievance committee even year positions. Per the 1956 governing resolution as amended, it states, elections for the members of the grievance committee, unless a vacancy is filled, shall take place at the Quapaw Indian Council meeting of the Quapaw Nation and shall be held by nominations and votes from the floor. 3 members shall be elected in even number years and 2 members shall be elected in odd number years. Grievance committee members may serve 2 consecutive terms and must take 2 years off between serving in the same capacity. Those who are making nominations, please rise. We'll get a microphone to you so that you can state your name for the record and state who you are nominating. So again, this is for 3 grievance committee even year positions. These are the positions that Lena McQuarrie, Huggy Supernaw, and Laura Kaufman currently hold. Those are the 3 seats. Let nominations to the grievance committee begin. I see a hand raised. Get a microphone to Laura, please.
My name is Laura Kaufman Rollins and I nominate Carrie Sisson.
We have a nomination for Carrie Sisson.
My name's Heather Dismuke. I like to nominate Tiffany Rowe, R-O-W-E.
We have a nomination for Tiffany Rowe. Just raise your hand if you want to nominate somebody or rise so we can get a microphone to you. Oh, I see a hand up front. They're making their way.
My name is Chris Verba. I'd like to nominate Bonnie Shaw.
Bonnie Shaw is the nominee.
I'd like to nominate Barbara Horn.
A nomination for Barbara Horn. We've got another one up front, please.
I'm Brenda Murray, and I nominate Sean Matthews.
Sean Matthews. Any other nominees? Hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council. First is Carrie Sisson. Would you please come forward?
off with Don Matt, he's already on the ethics commission.
Good morning, I'm Carrie Sisson, and I would be honored to represent our tribal members in that capacity. And I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next is Tiffany Rowe. Would you please come forward?
Hello, my name is Tiffany Rowe, and I'm honored to be nominated. Quapaw Nation has given to my family over and over again, me, my children, and I'm honored to be able to give back. So I appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Tiffany. The next nominee is Bonnie Schalk.
My name is Bonnie Schalk. My dad was Harry Gilmore, and the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. I'd be happy to work on the grievance committee. Hey, period.
Thank you, Bonnie. The next nominee is Barbara Horn. Would you please come forward?
Hi, my name is Barbara Horn. I've worked for Downstream for 11 years. The tribe has done my family very well, and I would like to repay. I would wish for you to vote for me. Thank you.
Great. And the last nominee, Sean Matthews, is ineligible to serve on the grievance committee because he was already been elected by the Quapaw Indian Council to serve on the ethics commission. Their rules are that no one from the grievance committee, the business committee, and a number of other groups of people are excluded from serving. Can we get the numbers and the names so that we can commence voting? Remember, there are 3 positions that need to be filled. And the 3 who get the highest percentage of votes will be serving on the grievance committee.
Okay, need a little instructions on this one. Since we have 3 positions to fill, you will vote one time, don't push send, push the dot, which is right above your power button on the right-hand side. Make your next selection, push the dot, make your final selection, push the dot, then hit send. And that way all 3 votes will go in at the same time. That way we're not getting mixed up on a whole bunch of different things. So you only be hitting the send button one time. Is that correct, girls? That will create a lot of problems if we try doing it, vote for one person, send. You just not take yourself out of voting for the other 2. So I repeat, select one person, push whatever number you want, push the dot, make your next selection, whatever number, push the dot, make your next selection, push the dot, hit send. And as always, if anybody's having any problems, but we're doing pretty good. We've realized we have a lot of interference in the room. So it's taken a little bit longer than normal to get received on our devices. Okay, I was just notified. You don't have to vote for 3. You can vote for 2 if you want to. It's up to you to vote for what you want. It's always a voter's choice, but there are 3 people, at least three positions are open, so you can make up to 3 selections. He will momentarily put the names up. And there you go. And just remember how we're going to vote. Select one, push the dot, select another one, push the dot, select another one, push the dot, hit send.
Yeah.
Mine worked that time. I'm a happy camper. Anybody have any problems? Be sure and raise your hands. Okay, somebody will be back here in the back to help you all.
While people are voting, we're going to go ahead and go to another raffle. So this next one is basket number 8. It was donated by the business committee and it's themed around camping. Has all sorts of great stuff in there. Plasticware bowls, pot holders, hand towels, first aid kit, flashlight. All right, so that is the BC camping basket and the number is 753694. 753694. That number is 753694. We got a winner. Yay.
Bingo.
So this next basket is donated from the Downstream Casino Resort, and it is a 12-volt cordless drill. All right, and that number is 753509. 753509. Oh, we got a winner. Thank you.
Okay, I have an answer for the people in back who are inquiring about making the names bigger on the screen. We are not able to do that on this particular vote because it's already been put up live. Now, we will attempt on the next vote, which will be the Ethics Commission. We'll see if we can make them bigger. Now, in the meantime, the best solution would be to move up a little bit closer so you can read it, then make your vote. And we got plenty of chairs scattered all over the place up here in front. Come up, make your vote. If you insist on sitting in the back, then you could always go back. But we will make an attempt for the Ethics Commission vote to enlarge the names of the people on the screen. Okay, we're going to call the end to this vote, and he will display the results on the screen for you all. And there we go, folks. Congratulations to the 3 people that have won.
Congratulations to Carrie, Tiffany, and Bonnie. So that's wonderful. At your next meeting, the grievance committee must select their chairman and secretary. Later this month, please let us know who was selected. So the next meeting, you're normally scheduled for 8 a.m. on the same date, morning of the business committee meetings, 3rd Saturday of every month. So that's wonderful. All right, we're moving on. So in this particular case, I need to read a couple of things to you. There's one ethics commission odd year vacancy. So that term ends 2025. Per the governing resolution as amended, it states, Section 6.2, an ethics commission shall be established and be comprised of 5 Quapaw Nation members who shall be elected by nomination from the floor at the next Quapaw Indian Council, and shall not include any member of the business or grievance committees or employees of the nation or its entities. 3 members will be selected to serve a 2-year term, and 2 members will be elected to serve a 3-year term. The 2 members receiving the most votes in the initial vote will be the 2 serving the 3-year term. So we filled those vacancies on September the 30th, 2023. Since then, we had a resignation on the Ethics Commission for an odd year position, so that term expires 2025. In the governing resolution amendments passed last summer, no further guidance was provided when there is a vacancy other than to fill that position by nomination from the floor at the next Quapaw Indian Council. And that's exactly what we will do today. Let nominations for one Ethics Commission vacancy begin. Nominations?
Hello, I'm Chiso Brown. I would like to nominate Dana Daylight, graduate of the Kansas State Wildcats in organizational leadership. I'm nominating Dana Daylight.
Thank you, Chizo. He nominated Dana Daylight.
Howie, I'd like to nominate Buddy Shapp.
Heather Dismuke has nominated Buddy Shapp.
Abigail Logan, I nominate Molly Droppo for the Ethics Commission.
Molly Drapeau was nominated by Abigail Logan.
I nominate Betty Gadke for the Ethics Commission.
Betty Gadke was nominated. Brenda, did you nominate Betty? Thank you. So Brenda Murray. Are there any other nominations? And again, this is one vacancy where the term expires in 2025. Hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council. First up is Dana Daylight. Would you please come forward?
Molly is a tribal. Molly is a tribal. Can it be a tribal?
Nope.
Molly is a tribal.
Hawaii dahe. Data zani wawi huanti kombra. Ieto ekich kombra. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the nomination. Let's see, ethics. Well, I've received my master's in organizational leadership in the education field, and we have a strong line of ethics within that. So I believe that I would be able to toe the line, read what's ethical, and be able to keep everything in that line. I do look forward to hearing what the others have to say. And I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. The next nominee was Buddy Schapp. Buddy, would you please come forward?
Good morning. My name is my name is Buddy Schapp, and maybe after my last performance a couple of years ago of speaking in front of the group, I need somebody to speak for me. Anyway, I graduated, or I went to school at Quapaw, graduated from Quapaw High School, and then went to work for the federal government. I retired in 2021 after 26 years and 9 months of federal law enforcement. I say 26 years and 9 months and not round it off to 27 years because somebody'd be on Facebook later saying he's lying. He only worked 26 years, 9 months. But as over the course of the last 17 years of my law enforcement career, I was a special agent for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. At any one time, there are only about 200 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service special agents in the entire world. And I was lucky enough to be one of those. Since they became an investigative agency in the 80s or 90s, there's only about a total of 1,000 special agents in existence for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So farm kid from Quapaw, Oklahoma, graduated from Quapaw High School, went on to become a special agent with one of the most respected wildlife agencies in the world. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service goes around the world training other law enforcement agencies, other wildlife enforcement agencies in other countries, of which I was lucky enough to be chosen for one of those trips in 2018 and went to Africa to teach basic wildlife law enforcement to wildlife officers in 3 different countries. Over the course of my career, we had to go through periodic background investigations. Every 2 years, we went through a partial background investigation. And every 5 years, we had to go through a full background investigation. So, and I never had a bad review in those the 26.9 years. So, I would appreciate your vote for, Ethics Commission. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, buddy. I would ask the folks in the back, there's far too much noise. I'm standing right here by Buddy and it's difficult to hear. So please keep the noise levels down in the back. The next nominee, Molly Drapeau, is unfortunately ineligible to serve in this capacity. Tribal employees are not able to serve on the Ethics Commission. The next candidate is Betty Gadke. Would you please come forward?
First of all, I'd like to thank Brenda for nominating me. It would be quite an honor to hold this position. However, I am going to respectfully decline, and I'm going to vote for Buddy Schaap.
Thank you, Betty. So if we can get the Dana Daylight and Buddy Schaap up on the screen, we can commence voting.
Okay, talk to IT. They have tried to make it bigger. We're going to see if people in the back be able to see this a little better. Go ahead. Now, is that easier for people? I hope so, because that's the best it's going to get. Okay, let's let the voting commence. On this one, you just pick the number, vote. No pushing buttons. We're just voting for one person.
So number 1 for Dana Daylight, number 2 for Buddy Schaap.
And anybody having problems, raise your hand. Somebody will be with you momentarily.
All right, so a lot of people have already voted. We're going to go on to another raffle basket. This is basket 10 that came from the fitness center in Title VI that's called Outdoor Fun. So it's a s'mores grill, blanket. I mean, it's loaded full of stuff. That number is 753-768. 753-768. Oh, we got a winner. We're going to go ahead and do another one. This is from the business committee and it's a camping basket. So it's got all sorts of good stuff in it. That number is 753-982. 753-982. And that's for the camping basket. Seven five three 982. I'll read it one more time and then we're going to pick another number, 753982. That's for the camping basket. All right. All right, that number is 753931. 753931. Oh, we've got a winner back there. Thank you.
Is everybody utilizing their voting device? I'm only seeing 579 voters, and we know we've got over 650 of these out in the audience, so we need to be taking care of this right now, folks, and we're gonna be ending this vote directly. Is there anybody having any trouble getting their device to work? We need to know now.
Point of order. If everyone can please, in the back, lower your voices in the conversations. There's a lot of people in here. Nobody can hear Frank give instructions on what's going on with this vote. Many people want to be able to hear what's going on. Please be respectful to your fellow tribal members and allow them to be able to hear. As you start speaking and conversations continue moving, you get louder and louder. More people can't hear what's going on. We're here to conduct business today. Again, please be respectful and keep your conversations at a minimum and in a low voice. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just surprised that some of y'all out there have your clickers and you're pushing them and you're not holding your hands up, but your device is not saying received. Lady's granddaughter said after about 15 tries, hers finally said received. So if you are having trouble, let us know. We're here to help you. Well, no seeing no hand, we're going to call this vote over with. And congratulations to Buddy Shack.
Congratulations, buddy. We now have a complete ethics commission again. At your next meeting, the ethics commission needs to select or confirm their chairman and secretary. Later this month, please let us know who was selected. So that concludes the election portion of the agenda. We do have a number of organizations that have asked to speak to us this morning. Can anybody confirm for me if lunch is out yet?
Yep, thumbs up.
Thumbs up. All right. So before we get started, because we really want to hear the messages from the O-gah-pah Wisdom Keepers as well as other subcommittees, we're going to recess for 30 minutes to get lunch. Remember, there is a dedicated elders line. You must have that red ticket. All others go to the other line. Please be careful. Some people need to take a little bit more time to make their way back there. Help your neighbors. We're now in recess and we'll reconvene at 12 o'clock. and return from recess. I would ask everybody in the back, especially if you're still getting your lunch, please do so. Many people are having difficulty hearing. So I would ask everybody to please be respectful of those who are speaking. And that way we can continue conducting business of the Quapaw Nation. Next is item 10 on the agenda, the O-gah-pah Wisdom Keepers. Please give Miss Grace Good Eagle your attention.
Away. I tell you, it did my heart good to see our young people when they were up here, candidates for princess and junior princess. It was so good to see them because that's what we are about. Some of the elders started meeting together following some of the trips that we made, Christmas dinners that we were doing, and we wanted to keep it up. And so a group of us did get together, and we do meet monthly, usually the first Thursday of the month. So all of you elders, you know, you're invited to come, because what we are about now, we chose our name as the O-gah-pah Wisdom Keepers. And our mission is to keep O-gah-pah history and ways alive. And so we've been doing that and meeting, and we're pleased again about the recognition of your elders. Your elders are a very important part of the community. That's for all of you. We are a resource and we serve. That's what we do. So if you watch some of the videos, some of our elders were interviewed and told stories, and that's what we're about too. We love all of you. And it's a matter of our ancestors, those who went before us. Here we are now, and we are thinking future generations. And so with the O-gah-pah ways, we need to get perhaps back on track. The ways we share and we care about each other. And so we want to keep those stories alive. We went on a trip in December. We went on another day trip just in June. And so we are continuing to do things. You can find us, we're going to start doing more on the website, so you will know when we are meeting. And again, you elders, you're very much invited to come. The more times we can get together and remind each other and learn from one another, because it's the sort of thing many people are saying they don't know the O-gah-pah way. So we are about, again, wanting to share our stories and tell something about our ways, because that's what our ancestors would want us to do, and that's what we are doing as we think ahead. And it was mentioned that some of our elders are going to be recognized by the AARP Oklahoma Native Americans Elder Honors. And I, again, just like to, if you didn't hear before, they are Myron Quapaw. Raise your hand. He was up here earlier. And then we have Mary Sky Kahika. She's another one being honored. Bill Griffin is being honored. Carolyn Knott is being honored. And we're so pleased that they do this annually. And we are pleased again to be part of them. We will have more to say at open forum, but for now, it's a holiday and it's a celebration for us to be together. Kashom.
Thank you so much, Grace. Next up, we've got the Ethics Commission. Skylar, is there somebody that wants to address? Thank you. Skylar Rollins.
Morning. First, I want to thank Brenda, Sean, Jerry for all the hard work they've put in this last year, creating this code of ethics for the tribe. This year has been long, but rewarding working with the Ethics Commission on this new document. We are proud of the work we have completed, and as well as we're really thankful for the input we got from our fellow tribal members, as well as outside resources throughout this time, collaborating on this piece of work. We hope this code serves our people well and continues to evolve as our tribe evolves and our people evolve. And I think this code will help guide our leaders and our tribal members doing what's right and protecting the people as we go along. So thank you. And we look forward to hopefully approving this as we go along here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. Next is the Grievance Committee. Would anybody from the Grievance Committee like to address the Quapaw Indian Council? Thank you, Laura.
Good afternoon. We have a new grievance committee that will be evolving after this month, but this was put together from what we've done the past since September 30th. So I'm going to read from here. On September 30th, 2023, the General Council fulfilled the amendment of Section 6A of the governing resolution by adding 2 more members to the grievance committee. This was the first change to the number of grievance committee members since the adoption of the governing resolution, and this one in 1956, taking the grievance committee from 3 members to 5, which, while we've been on it, has been a wonderful addition and a wonderful amendment for all of us. Since the installment of the 2 new members, the grievance committee has investigated all complaints that were submitted to the committee. After all investigations, it was found that none of the complaints met the requirements of Section 6.1B that pertains to the professional and personal misconduct of any or all of the business committee members. However, the grievance committee did provide investigation information to the members who filed for clarification to their documents. The grievance committee is a subcommittee that's voted on by all of you here in the General Council to act as a non-biased investigative party in regard to professional and personal misconduct of the business committee. During all investigations that we had, any and all parties with information needed to fulfill our duties of the grievance committee was given honestly and in a forthcoming manner. During my time as chairperson, no person on the committee acted in a vindictive or spiteful manner and willingly served their purpose on the committee in the manner that was intended and set forth by the governing resolution and the amendments that were voted on and adopted by the General Council. Later today, the grievance committee will provide the policies and procedures that will hopefully provide further guidance to the committee outside of the governing resolution. And it's our hope these policies and procedures will be a tool for others to read, understand how it will work, and will guide the committee as our nation evolves over the years coming. I know all of us are very thankful for the ability to have served and been voted on and be part of the pathway towards a promising and successful future of the Quapaw Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next on the agenda is the Election Committee. Frank, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Frank Frazier. I'm the chairman of the election committee. And our report consists, we've been very busy, as we all well know. Last couple of years have been very unusual for the nation as a whole. We've had 5 special elections. Along with our annual elections, we've had 3 separate days of special general councils to deal with. And we accomplished all that by using the election ordinance that was approved by General Council, Special General Council in 2004. For the most part, I believe by following this, we have the people that created this. Russ Garber was involved in it. And this was created to make the voting thing simpler It created a voice, no matter where anybody lived in the whole country, to have the opportunity to have a voice. There, it's been mentioned, and you'll hear later on about how this is probably not even legal, and I'm sure that's going to be explained to you all. And we'll deal with that in open forum. And that will be my report.
Thank you, Frank. Now we're going to hear from the Constitution Committee. I see Roman Cahiga coming forward.
Madam Chair, before we have Roman speak, can I please call point of order again? I don't like having to use my commander voice, but we have several people that are coming up and who are speaking to give everybody their reports for those committees. There are many people who would like to be able to hear that. Again, we have already reconvened our meeting. It's time to do our work as the Indian Council. And if you choose to speak and have a conversation, please lower your voices and keep your conversations to a minimum so everyone in the room, including those in the back, can hear the reports of these committee members. Ganagay.
Hello, everybody. My name's Roman. I'm the Constitution Committee Chair. We have a PowerPoint for you to kind of follow along while I share. So to really get started, I like to start with some fun facts. And we're going to call this Did You Know? All right. Did you know in a ballot vote like our general council elections, we are only open to 1,728 people, potential voters. But for Tribal Princess and Powwow Chair, we are open to 4,027 potential voters. All right, those numbers are actually a little off by about 5 people. I've got the official numbers. So it's just something to put in your mind, to start thinking about how we operate and why we operate the way that we do. We're asking less people to choose our leaders for us than we have access to. Okay. So what that's saying is in July 29th of 23, our general election plus 16 amendments had a total of 451 votes. At General Council last year, for our Tribal Princess, we had 436 votes, and for Powwow Chair, 490 votes. All right, so there's the big discrepancy in what we're doing and how we're making decisions as a people. Next one. All right, so some updates from the Constitution side of things. In July of 2023, we brought 16 amendments to the governing resolution. Many of those created an ethics commission and empowered the grievance committee further. You've heard some reports from those from the new commission, the ethics commission. Later today, we're going to see the document that they're putting forward, that they're asking for your approval on, as well as the grievance committee. So these are things that you've asked for that we're getting. Another item is the business committee was removed from all tribal entities as governing boards. So no longer is the business committee on the tax commissions, the DDA, Saracen, QCA, all of that. So those are things that have been brought forward. One of the big things is we've now got a consolidated governing resolution. If you go online right now and you look at our governing resolution, you're looking at a document that was created in 1956, and you've got to go through all of the amendments on different pages to put together what they say. Well, we finally got that consolidated. So all amendments are in one document, and this was a very big deal for us to be able to do that. So now we have a single document to look at and follow rather than 15 different documents to look at and follow. Copies of those, if you want a hard copy, there's copies back there. Billy Schatt, raise your hand. They're sitting right in front of him if you'd like to get a hard copy of that governing resolution. And then secretarial vote. So you've heard us talk about the secretarial vote before and what that means for us as we're developing this Constitution. So the secretarial vote, we were told that by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, that our process, the Quapaw Nation's process, was subject to a secretarial vote, which means whatever we decide about our constitution, or to develop our constitution in the end has to be approved by the Department of Interior. Through our due diligence, we looked into that farther and tried to figure out why. Why are we obligated to the Department of Interior to live the way that we want to live? And through looking at that, some big things came out, right? The Quapaw Nation is not a tribe who is organized under the IRA. We are not a tribe who was organized under the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act. Matter of fact, we didn't become organized in the federal aspect until 1956, 1957 officially. We voted in 1956. They approved in 1957. So what that doesn't obligate us to a secretarial vote. And so we went back and we got 3 legal opinions on if that was accurate, and all 3 of them concurred as like, yes, we could forego the secretarial process. So for us, that is a big flex in sovereignty. We get to decide what we want when we want. Okay, so kudos to the nation. And what that did for us, that allowed us a change of direction, and it allows for a bigger plan with the same delivery date for a constitution in July 4th, 2025. So this time next year, you'll be voting on the Constitution of the Quapaw Nation. Okay, delivery date hasn't changed. It's always been July 4th of 2025, and we're still sticking to that. So this is just what I talked about. Our own due diligence told us that things didn't smell right. And of course, we had to consider who our answer was coming from. It wasn't the actual superintendent of the BIA. They were in a transition process. At the time we were given this decision, this is also around the McGirt ruling. So the BIA was already, and the solicitor's office was inundated with things that didn't have to do with what we were requesting. So the easy answer for them was, yeah, just do a secretarial vote. Our governing resolution, as I mentioned, needed to be reconciled. We have been reading the same document and trying to put all of the pieces together. And what does this mean? What does that mean? Well, we changed the voting procedure here. We changed the voting procedure there. We've added this, we've added that. We don't do it that way anymore. And it was just too much for anybody to comprehend. And as we've demonstrated over the years, it is very difficult to comprehend because what we have found through that diligence is that there are some things that exist in our governing resolution still that have never been expressly removed or modified, and it's our goal to rectify that in the upcoming special meeting. All right, so we've heard a lot of talk about constitution, but Roman, you're only amending the governing resolution. When are you going to get on a constitution, right? So our approach revolved around the BIA telling us that we had to do it a specific way. So our cleanest, easiest approach was to do everything we can to amend the governing resolution the best that we can so that we have a lot of guiding tenets to include in a constitution. So that is why that existed. Well, we're no longer in that position anymore. So that focus is turning to a larger action, which is what we'll see. But what is a constitution? All right, there's a lot of questions about, well, what's the difference between a governing resolution, a constitution? So this is a quote from Judge Thomas Fliesaway. He said, "A nation's laws are the deepest expression of its culture. They say who we are, what our values are, how things ought to be done in our society, what we want for our community and our children and our grandchildren." That doesn't sound like our governing resolution. Merriam-Webster says that the Constitution is the basic principles and laws of a nation, state, or social group that determine the powers and duties of the government and guarantee certain rights to the people in it. That's getting a little closer to what we got as a governing resolution, but that's still not quite it, right? The Native Nation Institute is an organization we've been relying heavily on for knowledge and assistance in education. And their website says that written or unwritten, a constitution is a set of values, principles, and rules that a community or nation uses to govern itself. Right? Still close, but not quite us. What's a constitution to the Quapaw Nation? As a committee, we believe it's a basic agreement of the Quapaw people preserving the rights of the Quapaw people and providing direction to our leaders, outlining how we want our leaders to act on behalf of the Quapaw people. Now, that's a lot more in line with what we're looking for, or our understanding what this body is looking for from our business committee, and that's something that's more easily delivered. So the three different types of a constitution are something that's oral or a traditional way of living, a written way of living.
I don't want to,
something
I
that is
tried to turn it completely off, but it wouldn't let me. Right?
God. God is a woman.
But were they on topic, Roman?
Oral or traditional. So we meet in council. We're doing it today. We meet in council, we make decisions as a whole. That's not written in our governing resolution anywhere, right? But we do it and we know it, we count on it, we rely it, it's gonna happen. And if it doesn't happen, we're gonna raise hell. That's a traditional aspect of living for us. And then we have written, we have our governing resolution, we have our election ordinance, we have our codes. This is the black on the white. These are the things that we rely on in document form, things that we hold up in court and we argue for and against. And then we have a mixed way of living. So over time in our Western society, we as people have become accustomed to and reliant on the words on a paper that are written in a language that isn't ours. Right? It's in English, but that's not our language. It's not how we as a whole understand things. And because of that, we have become accustomed to interpreting how we live by what it says on paper rather than what it says in here. And there's room for both to exist, but how do we do that? This is a constitution. So a constitution versus a governing resolution. By definition, a resolution is inferior to a constitution. Constitution, resolution. However, when our resolution is used as a governing document, the only difference is what we call it. Okay, there's no other difference. Our resolution, our governing resolution actually looks very close to many other tribes' constitutions. Matter of fact, many of our sections are verbatim in other constitutions. The only difference is we call it a governing resolution. Whether it's a governing resolution, a constitution, charter, articles of incorporation, or whatever we decide to live by, our decision is only effective up to the extent we are willing to enforce and to protect that way of living. We went through 16 amendments to help enforce and protect our way of living by creating the Ethics Commission, by empowering the governing, the grievance committee. So these are the things that we're taking steps to do. We're not there yet. So our next steps. So we have a special meeting set for September 9th, September 7th and 8th. And there's going to be approximately 12 amendments. What we are also talking about, the bigger thing that we're talking about that is now available to us, is this idea of a constitutional convention. And that would kick off in October and probably end somewhere in March. And then we'd have to put whatever we come up through that convention, we'd have to put it through some legal tests. We'd have to get it out to different lawyers to look at. We'd have to put it probably, are we able to live by this? Is this feasible? And look at our holes. And then, like I said, the target date is still July 4th of next year. So at the Chairman Supernall mentioned these this morning. So at a minimum, at this meeting on the 7th and 8th of September, things that the discrepancies in the governing resolution and the election ordinance as they exist right now is who is a qualified voter? What does that mean? Section 2, candidate requirements. Our governing resolution has a few. Our election ordinance has many, okay? Our governing resolution trumps the election ordinance. So we need to bring those in alignment with each other, and that's up to us to do. That's up to us for all of these. So we need to add language for felonies and crimes of moral turpitude, remove language regarding nominees from the floor if that's what this body wants. Clarify pre-certification for secretary treasurer. That's a new one that's pretty interesting. Section 3, who designates the election date, the place, filing dates, single candidates or no candidates? What do we do in those situations? Section 4, currently our governing resolution says vacancies for elected offices can be done from the floor, but that's not how we operate. So we have to bring those together. Section 6.2, the Ethics Commission vacancies, that was an oversight on us, the committee. We take that. So we need to, that needs to be amended also. Section 9, strengthening some language and striking some language regarding surety bond requirements. Who knows what a surety bond is? It's in our governing resolution, right? So we require our secretary treasurer to have a surety bond to protect us in situations where of malfeasance, impropriety, and it's a pretty good idea to have. I'm required to have one as a small business owner in everything that I do. So it's something that we haven't adjusted. So these are things that need to be addressed. And we need to strike the Commissioner of Indian Affairs language from Section 9 also. Today, in this opportunity to give General Counsel back the power and the voice, today General Counsel will have the opportunity to add to the agenda for the September special meeting. Meaning that if you have something that needs to be addressed at that special meeting, you have the opportunity to bring it up. If added today, it will meet our requirements that provide notice. And at a special meeting of General Counsel, only items, this is for special meetings, only items that are on the agenda for a special meeting can be taken up. We can't take up anything new or not on the agenda at a special meeting. This protects us as individuals from a special meeting being called and saying, hey, let's actually change our rules. So the Constitutional Convention, right? So instead of just us writing this, we want all of us to be able to write it if willing. We've done the research, we've met for hours and hours, we consulted with professionals. Everything we know and learned says that this is too big and too important for only 10 of us. That's how big our committee is. It's too important for just 10 of us to write. However, we will do it if that's what this body wants. Things that we consider in this process and going forward. We need to know if we're going to meet all of those definitions of what a constitution is, we need to know more about us, and we need that voice to be collective. Where do we come from? How did we get here? Well, that's factual, right? We know a lot of that. But who are we today? I can tell you what I think. Our committee could say what they think. Is this who we want to be? Can we include ceremony? It's really big. Right? Or do we want to continue to operate with no ceremony in what we do? So Constitutional Convention, what does this look like? Now, this is shooting from the hip, that nothing has been decided, finalized, but we think that this is our best option. We do it in 2 sessions, 4 days each. The first one will be in October or November. Personally, I would like this to be around November 15th. That's whenever we signed the Treaty of 1824. So 200 later, we're kind of taking our sovereignty back and deciding for ourselves. To me, it's a little more poetic and romantic to do it then, but we're not stuck to that. And then the second one would be in February or March. All right, springtime, that gives us some opportunity to whatever we decide, whatever we put on paper, we put it to the legal tests before July 4th. Pre-convention means informational Zoom meetings. Our committee will do whatever we need to educate anybody who wants to be a delegate in this convention. And speaking of delegates, that delegation would be open to all tribal members. If you want to be a delegate, you can be a delegate. We just ask that you show up to the entire thing. But at a minimum, we believe that reaching out and giving a personal invite to a minimum of 20 delegates would help us in those numbers. And that's really the permission that we're asking General Counsel for, is to allow us to have 20 additional delegates for this session at a minimum. Again, open to everybody, but at a minimum for these 2 sessions, this would help us a lot to gather those things that was mentioned before. Who are we? Is this who we want to be? Can we do better? And how do we do that? Right? So we need more opinion sitting at the table and arguing and debating with each other civilly to accomplish that and answer those questions as best as we can. And that's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. So next up is the Downstream Development Authority, Quapaw Casino Authority. Kuggy Superna, would you please come forward?
Derek and Mick, can you come up? Yeah, we just wanted to introduce ourselves as the new Downstream Development Authority. My name is Dougie Supernall. I'm the chairman. And Derek, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Derek Jennings. I live in Seattle, Washington, and I'm an at-large member of the DDA.
Mick Wilson, Secretary and Treasurer for Downstream Development Authority from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Originally from here, but live in Tulsa.
We have 2 other members. One is Hoshi Henry. She lives in California. And Art Gasson, who lives in Miami. I think that he's ill today. But the 5 of us comprise the leadership of the Downstream Development Authority, the Quapaw Casino, and the Saracen Development LLC. Just quickly, I want to say that we are in this process of coming up to speed for what's been going on. We have the philosophy that in the competitive world of gaming, to be successful and survive, it's not so necessary that you grow bigger, but you have to grow better. And I want to tell you that I've had time to meet a lot of the employees as we work with them. There's about 830 employees Downstream Development Authority, the Downstream Casino Resort. Some of those people have been there 10, 15, 20, well, not 20, 15 years. But their dedication and skill, some of them are really skilled people in what they do. To give you an example, we now have about 830 employees at the Downstream, but they are making twice as much profit as they did just a few years ago with 200 less employees. But we still have a job for any Quapaw that wants to work. And if the plans that are in place now bear fruit as we think they will, I'm predicting that the income is going to double again in the next few years. So thank you, General Counsel.
Thank you to the Downstream Development Authority and Quapaw Casino Authority. We're going to move on to the new business portion of our agenda today. The first item on the agenda is the Grievance Committee Policies and Procedures that Laura Kaufman-Rollins spoke about a little bit earlier. Per the 1956 governing resolution as amended, it states, the Grievance Committee shall create policies and procedures for the Grievance Committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The Grievance Committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. The policies and procedures shall include, but not be limited to, provisions for reprimand, censure, removal from office, and suspension with pay for actions the Grievance Committee determines egregious until such time that a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council takes place. In your packets, looks like this on the cover. If you would please open those up. There is a copy of the Grievance Committee Policies and Procedures. These have also been made available on the tribal website and social media for about 3 weeks. So hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to already read those. So we'll get right to it. Is there a motion to approve the Grievance Committee Policies and Procedures as presented by the Grievance Committee? So can you please, can we get a microphone? We just need to get your name for the record. Sorry. We need to get a microphone up front. Thank you. Coming your way. Well, we hope.
Cynthia Shower, and so moved.
Thank you, Cynthia. Is there a second? We've got a second. All right, so now we're going into the discussion period. So this is when we're going to use our red cards and our green cards. If you wish to speak for the motion, please raise your green card so that a microphone can be brought to you, or you can come to the podium. Is there anybody willing to speak for this Grievance Committee Policies and Procedures as presented? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the Grievance Committee Policies and Procedures as presented? If not, we'll proceed directly to the vote. If there's no further discussion, can we get the motion up on the screen? It's a motion to approve the Grievance Committee Policies and Procedures as presented by the Grievance Committee.
I imagine everybody's clicker has powered down, so you'll have to turn them back on again. Mine has. It says welcome and thank you. Okay, it's been put on the screen. Approval of Grievance Committee Policies, 1 for approve, 2 for disapprove. As soon as you get your clicker powered back up, go ahead and begin voting.
Can we get the word procedures added to the end of that motion? Thank you. So it's an approval of Grievance Committee Policies and Procedures. Approval is 1, disapproval is 2. We're already in the vote. Discussion period closed when there was no one willing to speak for or against it.
And as before, if you're having trouble with your machine, hold your hand up and we'll have somebody come and help you.
Looks like the votes have already started coming in. We're going to go to a drawing for a basket. This one came from Family Services. It's the Beach Day Party Basket. So it sounds really good. Inflatable light up pool swan, chill water floaty. I don't know what that is, but it sounds pretty cool. Cornhole game, sunscreen, and lip balm. That is, the white tickets that we were using before. The number is 040546. 040546. One more time, 040546 for the Family Services basket. All right, let's draw another number. Oh, hold on. Did we get a winner? Awesome, thank you. Sure. All right, so the next one is from the Business Committee called Garden Delight. Gloves, solar lights, metal pinwheels, thermometer, hummingbird feeders, lots of other goodies. So that number is 753712. 753712. Oh, we got a winner. Wonderful. Congratulations.
And again, if anybody's having problems, raise your hand. Okay, I see one.
Almost saved it off too. I almost saved it off this morning. I would have looked 15 again. Of course, you got to spin in 3 circles.
I will assume everybody has finished voting since nobody else is raising their hands requiring any help. So we'll call this vote to an end and post the results. And the motion has been approved.
Thank you to the grievance committee for working so hard on these policies and procedures and getting us to this point. That's wonderful. All right, so the next item in the agenda is the Code of Ethics. Talk about hard work. The Ethics Commission has done a great job. Per the 1956 governing resolution as amended, it states, after the initial election of the Ethics Commission officers, the Ethics Commission shall prepare a code of ethics to be approved by the Quapaw Indian Council. The Code of Ethics shall be prepared and draft presented no less than 30 days before the next meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council or at a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. The Code of Ethics shall contain provisions for conflicts of interest, procurement, illicit and prohibited conduct, abuse of power, retaliation, gifts received, undue influence, violation of the ethics codes, and penalties. Ethics Commission procedures for complaints, resolving conflicts or matters, exceptions, and confidential information. The Ethics Commission shall have the authority to amend the Code of Ethics. Amendments to the Code of Ethics are effective upon approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. Any proposed amendment can be presented at a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council called for the purpose of amending the Code of Ethics. A special meeting called for the purpose of amending the Code of Ethics shall be called within 60 days of request from the Ethics Commission. All committees, elected and appointed officials shall adhere to the code of ethics. Any committee or individual with a complaint may seek the assistance of the Ethics Commission as the committee or individual deems necessary. Is there a motion to approve the code of ethics as presented by the Ethics Commission? Elizabeth Tyner made a motion to approve the ethics code. Is there a second? We got a second from Patty. All right, we're now in discussion using your red and your green cards. Is there anyone willing to speak for the approval of the ethics code? Is there anyone willing to speak against approval of the ethics code? Now, that ethics code is in that book right after the grievance committee policies and procedures. And it's a long one, folks. That's why it's been out there for so long, hopefully giving people ample opportunity to read what the Ethics Commission has put together and worked diligently to provide to us. We've got an individual who wishes to speak against approving the code of ethics as presented.
Hello, Michael Whitecrow here. Only have one concern. This may be resolved through clarification in section 6.07 under improper official actions. They say that they may not take actions, except actions that are on the record and in a public manner. I am concerned when it comes to closed sessions, if this may conflict with our current business with there and how we were going to protect confidential information.
Mikhail, could you repeat the section that you were questioning again?
Yes, section 6.07.
Improper official actions.
That's correct.
Is there anyone on the Ethics Commission who would like to address Mikhail's question?
Yes, my concern is that it is stating that they cannot make decisions that are not taken on the record and in a public manner.
Can we get another microphone for Skylar, please?
Yep, and I am concerned that certain things that would involve protecting people's confidentiality and confidential information, how that will be able to be performed while making it a requirement that it has to be on public record.
I'm still kind of confused on your question a little bit still. I mean, I think people's private information will always be protected. Now, if it comes to a complaint, if we're talking about it, maybe a complaint or an ethics violation, if you come forward with that, you're going to have to make that public knowledge as far as that information goes. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, but there are some situations where just by making a decision on the record, you're revealing the information.
I mean, I think that would have to be a group decision on maybe a particular aspect or what that decision might come forward. I think that's a hard one because I think it depends on the situation. I think we'll do what's best for every person involved. If that ethics violation is concerning their job or aspect of that sort, but we're gonna have to deal with those as they come through.
Understood. That was my only concern.
Is there anyone else? We have another individual that's raised their red card. Can you please hold it up? Oh,
Okay, I just wanted to mention that section 6.01 is inaccurate with the table of contents. And I was wondering if that was a printing issue or if there has been something added. that is not being displayed in the table of contents. We were going through the other sections and I didn't see any other issues other than that one.
I believe that's just a typo, but I could be mistaken.
Skylar, is the table of contents?
Yeah, so that just needs to be added before conflicts of interest.
Okay.
Thank you.
So technically, I think that's a motion to amend the code of ethics. Would you please, again, make a motion to amend the code of ethics for that change?
I, Olivia Harkins, am making a motion to amend the table of contents of the Code of Ethics.
Is there a second on the amendment? We got a second? We'll just go to a voice vote since this is a pretty straightforward one. All those in favor of amending the main motion by updating the the table of contents, please say aye. All those opposed? Great. So now we'll go back to the main motion for the amended Code of Ethics. Is there anybody else that wants to speak for or against the approval of the Code of Ethics as amended?
Okay, it's working. My name is Brian Bandy. My question, and actually, the thing I have a concern about is in section 5.02, paragraph B, where it states to appoint such other employees and agents as it may deem necessary, fix their compensation with the approval of the business committee and prescribe their duties. I'm not sure why we would have them determine how many employees they need without prior approval of the employees, not just fixing their compensation.
Skylar, the question was on, sorry, section 5.02, subsection B, the authority to appoint such other employees and agents as it may deem necessary, fix their compensation with the approval of the business committee and prescribe their duties. I think the nature of the question was why would the Ethics Commission have the authority to appoint employees and agents and fix their compensation?
I believe what we were looking at there is when we are looking at ethics violations, we are looking at our legal counsel as well as doing investigations. And on top of that, so if we're looking at doing all those things, we're going to need outside agencies to help us along with those things. We don't have all the power to do those.
Did that address the question?
Partially, I guess. I guess my big concern is the way it reads to me. It says that basically the commission can decide they need 15 new employees and appoint those employees. And I just want to make sure that, you know, as the commission, things are kept reasonable and within, you know, the bounds of what they need, not what they want.
Yes, and I would hope that we would do everything what's right for the tribe, and we wouldn't take this out of context and go out of our reach.
Others who wish to speak for or against the Code of Ethics as amended? All righty, hearing no further discussion, we're going to go to a clicker vote. Can we get it up on the screen? And that's a motion to approve the Code of Ethics as amended for updated table of contents. So proposed code of ethics.
I don't know what it is. I don't know why.
Okay, this is simple. 1 to approve, 2 to disapprove. The approval of the amended Ethics Commission Code of Ethics. Let the voting commence.
So 1 for approve and 2 for disapprove.
Big O.
All right, a lot of votes are already coming in. So we're going to go to another basket. This one was donated by Downstream Casino and Resort. It has a Kansas City Chiefs phone charger and a Yankee candle. And that ticket is 753-972. 753-972. Oh, we got a winner. That was quick. We're going to go ahead and do another one. It's donated from the business committee. It's a camp basket. Cooking pot, hominy, dried corn, later, hand towels, pot holder, and a Walmart gift card. And the ticket number is 040-562. 040-562. Just shout it out if somebody won. Zero 562. Zero 562. And then we're going to move on and draw another number. Okay, another number. All right, again, that's for the business committee camp basket. 753-503. 753-503. Hmm. 753-503. Oh, nope, that's somebody with a clicker problem. Sorry. Got all excited. I thought we had a winner there for a minute. All right, moving on. All righty, so this is 040507. 040507. We have a
Everybody's device
winner?
working all right.
Wonderful.
Finally got mine to receive.
Nine seven two.
Seen moments since we said like maintenance tech or something, and then operator, like operator two. That's what I applied for. Yeah. She was wanting to apply, but honestly, you know, but I was like, she wants something where she's by herself. She's an introvert, so she's not very, yeah. I like what you're going to do whatever you gotta do. And that's where we, that's clean, so that you did. It's the only reason I like my job. I really don't want to leave it, but I want something else. Is I work by myself. All I do is gather lumber. We gather all the crap for like park buildings when they build it. That's what I do. So many of these, the 2x6, so many of these 2x4s, this and that. That's all I do. And I'm in that air conditioned forklift. So that's the only problem. I get, you know, I do work for like I need. I'm working for hard. I want a little bit more money. McDonald's started. So I'm only getting $1 more for doing more work. What I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I want to do more. Do a pair, but I'm. I got. Let's keep it in. That's fine. I like it.
There's another clicker problem, back middle.
Like this color, it's pretty because I'm gonna use it on mine. Cornfield ready. That's what I was thinking. She wants to do it.
Everybody still voting? It seems like our voting really slowed down. If you haven't voted, please vote.
So I'm gonna have to, all that white spot, I'm gonna take that out, it's gotta go black and white. Yeah. But yeah, whenever I make it, I take it all to black, because those feathers are like this freaking hard. So once I take it up to that black, it'll just have to like that. Some guy had my sticker. Well, he said.
Okay, nobody else has raised their hand, so we're gonna call this vote over. We will now display the results. And it is approved.
Thank you to the Ethics Commission. All right, we're going to go on to the next item in new business. It's grievance committee stipends. At the current time, the grievance committee members are eligible to receive a stipend of $400 monthly, assuming they attend the called meetings. We're not entirely sure when that practice started, but cannot find evidence the Quapaw Indian Council ever approved the monthly stipend. The question before the Quapaw Indian Council is, one, should they be eligible for a stipend? And number two, if they should be eligible for a stipend, then how much and on what frequency? We're looking for a general council motion to at least ratify the current practice of $400 per month for attending called grievance committee meetings. Is there a motion to approve the $400 monthly stipend for the grievance committee? I see a motion. Can somebody please bring a microphone over so we know who made that motion? Raise your hand again.
Leanna Olson.
Leanna Olson has made a motion to approve the $400 monthly stipend for the grievance committee. Is there a second? We've got a second. Now we're in discussion. Is there anyone willing to speak for or against this motion? Just raise your hand, raise your red card, your green card.
Hello, this is Virginia Mouse. I want everybody, when you're thinking about this compensation for the Ethics Commission, think about what they've already done. All of the work that they've already done, just volunteering their time, trying to make sure that our future is better, to make sure that our businesses are better.
Excuse me, Virginia, this is the stipend for the grievance committee.
Sorry.
But what your comments may be valid, just that's up to you.
I saw ethics and thought it was the Ethics Commission. Sorry.
Oh, we've got somebody else that wants to speak in favor of this.
With a stipulation.
Uh,
How many meetings do they have a month?
Their current practice normally is one per month. And they meet the early morning before the business committee meeting. Then in addition to that, if they've got an investigation going on, I know for a fact they're doing work in between those meetings and speaking on the phone.
Is it one time per month or is it per meeting?
per month. That's their current compensation, Abby.
Well, then give it to him.
Right on, sister. Barbara?
I don't have a comment. I really have a question. Because you're allowing employees to be on the grievance committee, are the employees going to receive their pay as well as their income when they have a meeting?
Not if they meet during business hours. That's the standard policy that we approved, I think, a few months ago. But if they meet on the weekends and nighttime, they are absolutely eligible to receive that stipend.
Thank you.
I think there was somebody else that wanted to speak on this motion. Was there somebody over at the election committee table that wished to speak? Hearing no further discussion, we'll go to the vote. So it's a motion to approve the $400 monthly stipend for the grievance committee. So that's number one to approve and number two to disapprove. Frank, can we start voting? We can start voting.
And before the comments made, we noticed stipend is spelled wrong.
What's a stipend?
I want something. Kind of door prize with the camp pack or something.
A little election committee information. We are working at looking on replacing these with possibly something that will be more dependable and we won't have near as much problems. It is in the process of being researched right now. We've already got some bids and we'll be looking at those here in the coming months.
All right, I think we had a little snafu on the last gift basket raffle. The Downstream Casino and Resort, Kansas City Chiefs phone charger and Yankee candle is still available. We're going to go ahead and draw another number. That's 040-699. 040-699. Is that a hand raised because there's a winner? Yep, we've got a winner. Wonderful. All right, we've got another BC camp basket. That's the one with the cooking pot, the hominy, and the Walmart gift card. That ticket number is 040. What? I can't.
Fire EMS.
All right, so this next one is actually fire and EMS cooking essentials, cordless blender, skillet, cordless fan, and cookware. We sure could use the cordless fan. That's 040-634. 040-634.
Thank you all so much.
040-634.
Okay, we'll give you 30 more seconds to complete your voting on this issue.
Thank you. Yeah. Here's a cup of ice.
Thank you.
Here, thank you very much.
Okay.
You have some lunch on there. All right.
So last time, 040-634. For the fire and EMS basket. Mm-hmm. No. So we're drawing another number. That's 040-696. 040-696. Anybody?
Okay, the voting time period is now complete. We will now display the results. And the motion has carried.
Thank you. That makes the grievance committee stipend official the way it should be. Thank you to everybody that voted on that. The next are the Ethics Commission stipends. At the current time, the elected Ethics Commission members do not receive a stipend. The question before the Quapaw Indian Council is, one, should they be eligible for a stipend? And two, if they should be eligible, then how much and on what frequency? Is there a motion to approve a stipend for the Ethics Commission? And please be specific. We have Bonnie Schock would like to make a motion. Can we get a microphone up to her? She's sitting toward the front.
I think the Ethics Committee deserves a stipend just the same as all the other committees. So yes, and I don't know.
Not all the subcommittees get the same stipend. So what dollar value would you recommend?
$400.
So so your motion is for a $400 monthly stipend to the Ethics Commission, is that correct? Or would you like to word it differently?
Yes.
Okay, we've got a motion for a $400 monthly Ethics Commission stipend. Do we have a second? You want to, okay, Betty Gadke's making the second. We are now in discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. If you want, oh, hold on. If you want to rebut Bonnie's motion, that's fine, but that should be done in the discussion period. But we don't have a motion yet because we don't have a second.
I
Is-
wanted to add to it. So sit tight, vote on that. And then
You
come
could
back
do
with
that
an
during the,
amendment.
just give me a second. Let's,
Okay.
well, you're ahead of me, Betty.
Oh,
So
okay.
we need a second for Bonnie's motion to proceed. We've got a second. We're now in discussion. Betty Gadke.
Okay. I would also like for us to retro their pay back because from what I'm understanding, they worked for almost a year for nothing. Could we back pay them? That's.
So, okay, so what we've got
Not.
is an amendment to the main motion. And the amendment is that whatever we approve in the main motion, that it be retroactive to the first time the Ethics Commission met. That would have been October. Is that right, Skylar? October of 2023 was the first time y'all met because we voted for all the individual elected people on September the 30th. Therefore, the first time they could have met was in October. Okay, just to give you guys some sense of that. Is somebody willing to second Betty's her amended motion, which is basically to make it retroactive? We've got a second for that. We're in the discussion in the sub motion. Is there anyone willing to speak for or against the retroactive component? Should it or should it not be retroactive? No, we can amend. We can amend the main motion.
The sub.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We need a microphone up front.
My name is Julia Peabushy, and I'd like to second that.
Thank you.
This isn't, my comment is not about whether it's retroactive or not, but I just wanted to tell
Hello.
everybody.
My name is Cindy Elston.
I'm sorry, we've got two people speaking at one time. Please hold on. Brenda Murray was beginning her comments. Just a moment, please.
What I just wanted everybody to know is that when we started in October, we were running 2 or 3 meetings a month, not just one. It was at least 2 a month, and they were anywhere, usually at 2 hours.
Thank you, Brenda. So you were meeting much more frequently than once per month. Please go ahead. Can you state
Hi.
your name, please?
Cindy Elston, and I think, yes, it should be retroactive because of the work that they did previously should count, and it's a big responsibility, and thank you for it.
Thank you.
I think from this day forward, not go back because there's too many days that they've spent already. And that's been their donated time. I think they should have to meet a certain amount of time each month, whatever their time is, then they need to say, we had to meet X amount of time. Because
Thank you.
some things are more important than others.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for or against making this retroactive? Now, remember, we haven't voted on an amount yet. We're just discussing a single matter, and that is whether it should be retroactive or not. Okay, I see a hand up in the back. Can we get a microphone? Please raise your hand.
I just want to know if this is going to be one single vote or if there's going to be two parts to this.
So we'll vote first on whether it is retroactive. And then we will take a second vote when we go back to the main motion where we will determine frequency and amount.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak for or against retroactive? Go ahead. Thank you.
I'm Kathy Quapaw, and it's my understanding that this was a volunteer act where they volunteered, where there shouldn't be any retroactive pay for that.
So you're
Yeah.
saying no retroactive pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And also, I want to say something else. While we're giving out these stipends and everything, I want to know when our per diems are going to start. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair. You
Virginia.
can't amend something that we have to vote on the first motion before we vote on the second. You can't amend something that doesn't exist.
So the main motion was a first and a second, and then an amendment was made to that motion, this component of retroactive. Are you saying they have to be separate?
Yes, you can't amend something that doesn't exist. So you have to make the first motion, pass it, and then vote to amend.
Could I get a ruling from the parliamentarian if this procedure we're following right now is proper or needs to be modified?
Can we get a microphone to our parliamentarian, please?
So you've had a main motion that's been seconded,
Yes,
and then you had a proposed amendment to the main motion.
correct.
You need to decide the amendment first, and then whatever the amended motion vote is, you go back to the main motion.
So are we okay right now?
Yes.
Okay.
You vote on the amended motion. first.
Okay, so we're just discussing the concept of whether this, whatever stipend is approved or not approved, is retroactive or not. So we're just in that secondary part. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this notion of whether it should be retroactive or forward only? I see a hand up in the back. Can we get a microphone? They're right underneath that can light.
I'm Beth Romick, and I disagree with making their stipend retroactive, but I am for giving them a stipend going forward.
Thank you, Beth. I think there's another question.
My name's Colin Mouse. While they were elected officials at the time that this started, everybody voted for them. I agree that they should have retroactive pay, even though they were doing it without pay originally. I just feel like that's fair. They donated time, yes, but for them to take time out of their lives with their families and their grandchildren and whatever else they had going on to come and write in that code of ethics for us, I think that deserves some kind of compensation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We have somebody wishing to speak against this.
I just want to say that I think all of these committees certainly deserve stipends for all the work that they do. But I think if you make it retroactive, you're setting a precedent. How many other committees do we have? How many other groups do we have that are suddenly going to come in and go, well, wait a minute, we worked on this and we worked on that and we all want paid. So I just think it's a dangerous precedent.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's go to the vote. Oh. Could we? All right, we were just discussing whether a voice vote would work or not. We're going to the clickers, y'all. Okay, so it looks like retroactive back pay, approve is 1 and disapprove is 2. You can start voting.
Who's going?
All right, so we've got the fire and EMS cooking essentials, and we're gonna draw a number for that one. Our previous 1 or 2 attempts, we didn't get a hit, so. All righty, that number is 753,555. 753,555. I can't tell if you're stretching or if you're a winner. Okay. Oh, we've got a winner.
Did anybody notice it's getting hot in here, or is it just me? Maybe we should have facilities, see if they've shut us down or done something. Michelle's got some power. She's gonna call her brother. Haven't seen anybody holding their hands up wanting any help, so I'm hoping everybody's doing all right with their clickers. Okay, I was just notified that people that are going outside the doors, don't stand there and keep them held open if you're going out to smoke or anything, and they are getting ready to adjust the cooling, but that will help a lot if we don't keep the doors held open over there too.
Folks, I know some are still voting. If I could please have your attention for an important announcement. Rations for powwow are tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Tribal Admin Building, the Tribal Admin Building. Individuals should walk from the doorway that's covered, that breezeway, and then you're going to exit through the front doors of the admin building. Again, rations are 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, nobody requested any help. We're gonna go ahead and call this one done. He will post the results. And the retroactive was voted down. It was disapproved.
All right, thank you so much. So we are back to the main motion. And the main motion was for a $400 monthly stipend for the Ethics Commission. Remember, we got that main motion was made, we got a second, we immediately went in discussion and it was amendment. Now we're back to the main motion. And we're back in discussion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for or against Ethics Commission monthly stipend of $400?
Madam Chair, I'm going to call point of order for just a moment. If we can please get everyone to we're back and trying to do another vote. Please keep your conversations in a low tone of voice and as infrequent as possible. Those that are in the back speaking loudly, please respect everyone else that's around you that would like to actually listen to and hear what's going on and be aware of the votes that are on the table at the moment, so everyone can make appropriate decisions and well-informed decisions. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak for or against a $400 monthly stipend for the Ethics Commission? Going forward only, no back pay. We've got somebody in front who wishes to speak against it. We're coming to you.
To me, $400 for 1 month, for one meeting is a little extreme. Now, I don't say that they don't deserve something, but not $400.
And they don't just meet monthly.
I just have a question. Does all the committees that get this stipend, is it all the same? Each committee get the same stipend across the board? Or does each committee get different amounts?
Some subcommittees receive 0 stipend. Cemetery, O-gah-pah Wisdom Keepers. Those may be the Ethics Commission right now. All the other subcommittees, the compensation, it varies greatly.
Okay, that was just my concern. Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else wish to speak for or against this monthly stipend? We've got we've got somebody that wants to speak right here in the front.
I'd like to speak in favor of the stipend. I think it's adequate, but not excessive. We've got to allow for people who aren't serve on this committee serve more than just one monthly meeting. Sometimes you can get on a phone call doing your research, spend hours on the telephone. Now, when I was on the grievance committee, came up here a day ahead of time, stayed in the motel, and I never got reimbursed for the room or travel. And I'm sure there'll be other people who'll be in the same situation. So I would be in favor of this $400 for all of them.
Thank you. We had somebody else, Jody White Crow.
Yeah, I just feel that, we're asking these people to do this job. I don't think we should expect them to do it for free. I think they should be compensated, most definitely.
Thank you, Jody.
Oh, stand up. Okay.
Julia?
Julia Peabody, I'd like to move forward. My motion is to move forward with our vote.
Okay. I agree that they should receive a stipend, so I would certainly think that they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Hearing no further discussion, let's proceed to the vote on the motion for a $400 monthly stipend for the Ethics Commission. All right, we're going to go for another raffle. This is from O-gah-pah Communications. They're lightweight woven throws that depict the three villages robe. That number is 040718. 040. Oh, we got a winner.
Him and Dame whenever they win a draft.
Yeah, I do believe that. Yeah.
Madam Chair, we have a point of order that has been brought to our attention. It has been brought to our attention that there are candidate literature that has been passed around. We need that to stop. The reason being is for two reasons. By doing that, this is in violation of our election ordinance as it is currently. It is also now a violation of the ethics code as the ethics code has been passed. And as soon as the ethics code was passed, it goes into effect immediately. So if there are any candidates that are passing around campaign information and flyers amongst the people here at the general council, please cease and desist. Ganagay.
Okay, looks like everybody's got a good grasp on the voting, although it has come to an end. We haven't seen the numbers increase for about a minute now, so we're going to call this over with and we will display the results. And the stipend is approved for the ethics committee.
Thank you. So that was approved. Next item on the new business agenda is voting on the re-enrollment for Teresa Ann Llewellyn Garrison. She's expected to speak and request to be voted back on the Quapaw roll. There will be a vote today to determine her eligibility for enrollment. Ms. Garrison, would you please come forward to the podium and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Again, I'm going to call a point of order for everyone who is speaking loudly and having lots of conversations. This is something that's a very important thing for this person's life. We all need to listen to her and consider what she says with an open heart before we vote on something that will affect her and her children and the rest of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to talk as loud as I can so everybody in the back can hear me, but on the agenda, it says Teresa Garrison. However, I go by Terry Garrison. I'm just very simple. Teresa is for the IRS. I'm just Terry. But when my Quapaw ancestors are very strong, Red Eagle and Cold Spring. That's who my people are. When I was in my early 20s, being young and not knowing anything about life, I was enrolled on the Muscogee Creek side and on the Quapaw side. At the time, I was living in the Creeks district, and they informed me that I could not have two dual enrollments, and they instructed me to relinquish the Quapaw ancestry from this. And so without any instructions, guidance on exactly what this means, and being in my early 20s and not having the maturity or the confidence to even ask questions, I went ahead and did what I was told. Since then, number one, I have regretted it because I didn't understand, but since then, I have spent my whole life working in Indian country with indigenous communities. I've had a lot of work with tribes and what have you, but the most rewarding one I had was working at Haskell Indian Nations University in Lawrence, Kansas, under Dr. Dan Wildcat, and working with environmental and climate change issues with all indigenous students from all over the world. That was so rewarding. I've never forgotten that and how it made me feel. And the changes that a lot of the students went on to get their masters. With that said, I also recently retired from the federal government about 3 years ago as a contracting officer working with numerous tribes on the East Coast. And that was just as equally rewarding. And I felt I was very productive because I also worked on the tribal side of things as well as the federal government side. So I could understand both government entities. With all of that said, I just wanted to give you kind of a little background on me. So I have had indigenous community people in my heart the whole time. And I want to personally and sincerely apologize to each and every one of you for my decision of relinquishing my ancestry. With that, I sincerely hope you can find some forgiveness and understanding of a young girl in her early 20s being naive and vote yes for me to reinstate my ancestry. Thank you all.
Thank you, Terry. Is there a motion for Teresa Ann Llewellyn Garrison to be re-enrolled in the Quapaw Nation? We've got a motion. Is there a second? We've got a second. We're in discussion. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against re-enrollment? Feel free to use that microphone at the podium if you would like.
Holly, General Counsel, brothers and sisters, my name is Dean Garrison, and I rise in support of reinstatement for my mom. You've heard her heartfelt plea as to how this happened, a simple misunderstanding for a young person that was dual enrolled. And you've heard her undeniable dedication to the Indigenous community as a whole. But I really want to emphasize her family. My sister and I, now our grandkids, her grandkids, our kids, are growing up with cultural influence of the O-gah-pah because of my mom. We're fully immersed in this lifestyle, and it's the basis of our belief systems. Without her, that would be lost. So we're simply asking for you to reinstate her on the rolls to preserve ancestry so that grandkids could have that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for or against this motion?
There's probably not a person in here who could say they've never made a mistake when they were young. I appreciate Terry's asking for forgiveness. I appreciate her humility. And I think we need to consider when we were that age, would we have easily made a decision? We ask for forgiveness. We should extend forgiveness, and I support her reinstatement.
Thank you, Lois. We've got other questions in the front, the back, everywhere. Okay. Go ahead, Betty. Oh, Betty Gadke.
I just have a question. So if you are accepted on the Quapaw rolls, if they vote in your favor, are you going to have to give up your Muskogee tribe?
I can't answer that honestly because I don't know. I have not been a part of Muskogee for a long time because I lived out of state. But I can sincerely say this, I have never felt so at home and so loved until I started researching some of my ancestry through the enrollment office to realty, all that have just made me feel so welcomed. And so my heart is with the Quapaws. That is where my heart is. And that's where I feel my ancestors are calling me, is to be here. Thank you for your question.
In the back.
This is Anna Quapaw, and she is not the only one who had to make that decision. We were never able to be on a dual row. So, I mean, where's she been all these years? Now that we have money, she wants on here. I think, no, it shouldn't be that way. Everybody was over 20. There's a lot of people who got off our roll to go to different roles, and they're not getting back on. So why should we? I'm sorry. I just don't think that we should let her back on the roll.
I appreciate your comment, but if we don't start making a change, we're going to lose a whole lot of ancestry history. And back to during the Trail of Cheers, all that, if we don't make some exceptions and start changing ourselves, and if I'm not voted in, I respect everyone's decision, but I'm pleading for the indigenous community and people that we need to have some changes. Yes, we do make mistakes, But I do appreciate your question and your comment.
Hi, I just am curious what took you so long to make this decision, if it's just like a routing thing, if you're later going to move to a Muskogee area and want back on that role, why after so long you're deciding, like, what does it benefit you that you can't teach your lineage? What does actually being back on the role do
It
for
is-
you?
Thank you for your question. It is a legal document. It's a documentation that I am enrolled in the Quapaws. And as far as why now, I've always been told there was no dual enrollment ever with any tribe. And so it's just came upon recently, I'd say within the last 6 months or so, that this tribe does allow dual enrollments. And so I wanted to make sure, that that was adequate. And my children and grandchildren are citizenships of this tribe. I'm here just strictly to have be acknowledged of my ancestry, not for benefits and all this other stuff. I just want to have a voice back saying who I am.
And you can't acknowledge that without a piece of paper?
Well, I would like for it to, with my name and stuff, just to be on the rolls, for, ancestries down the road from now, that they could pull up and see my name there and who I'm related to. But yes, you have a good question and I appreciate you asking.
Beth?
Beth Romick. I am against letting you be back on the roll here. And until you relinquish your creek enrollment, we cannot enroll you because the creeks do not allow double enrollment. And when you got off the Quapaw roll, were you not told that as an adult, you would not be allowed back on the roll? That was part of the governing resolution.
Thank you for your question. I do not recall being, like I said, early 20s, and having no guidance or anything that was instructed that I would never be able to go back on a row. And I cannot relinquish the Muskogee rights until I'm on the Quapaw, because if I do that, then I'm lost. I don't have any record of any ancestry if I relinquish them prior to this.
And that was a choice that you made when you got off the Quapaw roll.
In my early 20s, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, we've had older adults come here before us and ask to be put back on the roll for the same reasons you are mentioning, and the general council voted no. It's a simple thing. You either choose to be Quapaw first and foremost, or you don't.
Hello, my name is Julia Pipashi, and I have a question because there are several other tribal members that have that opportunity to go on to another tribe, to jump roll, basically. And they're not able to do that. So I'm voting no. Because it's nothing against you. It is basically something that the government has forced us to do. And I am sorry.
Thank you for your comment. I do understand. I respect everyone.
We got somebody up front.
Everyone's comments I do respect that.
Okay, let's go up front. Hello, I would just like to say that I've been part of the tribe since the day I was born, and it's not
until the last maybe 10 years that I've become actively involved with the tribe, coming to the council meetings. I think for all we know, she's probably more Quapaw than I am. And I think we should all have it in our hearts to welcome anybody who wants to be a member of this tribe. I would ask for a chance to speak, please.
Hold on, hold on.
Point of
I need to
order.
listen.
Now, dang it, everybody else got to say what they wanted to say, and I want to say what I want to say. Why don't you?
She's allowed to speak. Please allow her to speak.
I'm just asking you to find it in your heart to forgive a young woman who made a bad choice, and to think that she's trying to join the tribe just for the benefits is unfair to her.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes?
It's me. It's my time to shine, baby.
Abigail Loden.
Now, we're supposed to be a sovereign nation. But we keep high-towing to everything the government wants to say we can and cannot do. But you're a sovereign nation. Do you know what that means? Don't sound like it. Is that it? That's it. That's all you can do?
Abigail, are you speaking for or against the motion?
I am.
Explain why. Because people have been dug down, thrown through the mud, genocide, homicide, rape, living sisters, your ancestors, their ancestors, pick a tribe, doesn't matter. It's happened to all of them. As Indigenous people, we talk about our murdered and missing Indigenous people. We wear shirts, we wear flags, we do all these things. To turn you back to your own kind. And they say they made a mistake. You're a sovereign nation and you can't make the change to fix that. Is what you're telling me. You can't make the change for your own people, for your own blood. Pretty much, many Quapaws around anymore. Our elders, they're another generation of most people. So think about that. If you are and you get mad when somebody wants to come back, wants to come home. I guarantee you a lot of you are going to talk about God forgave me. But not let the prodigal son come home. Call for the question. There's one more person that wishes to speak. Julia, keep the sheet, and then we're going to go to the vote. All right, so we're getting ready to go to the vote. I do want to remind everybody that this particular vote will require 76% yes votes for her to be re-enrolled. So let's get the motion up and let's start voting. Yes, speak. I'm Terry Kearns. Edwina Busby was my mother, who recently passed away in December. I have a couple of issues with this request. You're still a Skokie Creek. So you get Skokie Creek benefits. You can teach your children about your ancestors.
You can still teach your children about your ancestors and your Quapaw ways as well. But I do have a problem with wanting to jump ship this late in your life. You said you had worked with indigenous peoples and in programs and, you know, and all of this stuff, all of these years. Well, somewhere during those years, there was an opportunity for you to make this decision. All the other tribes in this little Northeast Oklahoma area compliment on, I wish I was Quapaw. You know, you Quapaws, you take care of each other. You take care of your elders. You take, you know, you've got utility benefits and all that. Point of order for voting, discussion ended. And we're going to do a drawing for an another O-gah-pah communications throw. That's the that depicts the Three Villages Road. And that number is 753-895. 753-895. That's with
right, this is pretty important vote. I don't see anybody raising their hand, need any help. I assume everybody that has voted, has voted. Once, twice, it's closed. Display the results. All right, so the motion fails. These are hard votes. We're going to move on to the next item in new business. Should take too terribly long. It's regarding business committee compensation. Per the 1956 governing resolution as amended states, all business committee members are to be compensated fairly for their work as an elected official of the Quapaw Nation. Compensation of the business committee is to be presented by the business committee and shall be voted on annually by the Quapaw Indian Council, provided that the voting membership has had proper notice, 30 days, to review the proposed compensation and the method for its determination. It will be the business committee's duty to present any and all proposed changes of compensation to the Quapaw Indian Council for approval, and that adjusted compensation shall be effective beginning the next term of office of each position. The Quapaw Indian Council reserves the authority to suggest and vote on additional compensation for immediate implementation by motion from the floor. Seeing no 30-day notice of proposed compensation change and the method for its determination was made to the Quapaw Indian Council, no changes in compensation were requested by sitting business committee members. There is no proposed change in compensation. All right, so we propose to recess for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 2:52. Okay, so nobody wants to take a break. All right. So this was going to be, this last item was added to the agenda first thing this morning based on a motion made by Secretary Treasurer Valier. This is regarding the bear settlement draft legislation. We have requested that Eric Giles of Drummond Woodson address General Counsel on this topic. Because it would modify what General Counsel approved on September the 30th, 2023, we want to make sure it is explained fully along with the potential implications. There's a draft resolution prepared for this as well, and I will send that over to you, Mikhail, to display on the screen. Eric Giles, would you please go to the podium to help us understand better about this?
It's Jay, Eric Giles, O-Guah-Pos. I'm going to the Muskogee Dollar and the Quapaw Nation. I'm going to read to you a draft resolution for General Counsel regarding the. Hey, can you hear me?
Could you put the microphone closer to your mouth, Eric?
I'm going to read to you a draft resolution for General Counsel consideration regarding the distribution for bear settlement proceeds. Whereas the Quapaw Nation is a federally recognized Indian tribe and is governed by the resolution authorizing Quapaw Nation Business Committee to speak and act on behalf of the Quapaw Nation Indians. It is the governing resolution adopted by the Quapaw Indian Council on August 19th, 1956, and approved by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs on September 20th, 1957. And whereas the Quapaw Nation asserts its jurisdiction to the fullest extent recognized by law over the lands within the original Quapaw Reservation as established as a homeland for the Quapaw Nation by the Treaty of May 13th, 1833. And whereas the United States House of Representatives passed H.R. 5862 to direct the United States Court of Federal Claims to report back to the House findings of fact and conclusions of law regarding breach of trust treaty claims of the Quapaw Nation and a separate group of tribal members known as plaintiff group 2 against the United States. And whereas the United States Court of Federal Claims in Thomas Charles Bear versus United States recommended to the House a settlement amount of $137,500,000 as the Bear settlement proceeds, but did not provide direction on how the Bear settlement proceeds are to be allocated among the Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 2. And whereas the Quapaw Nation Indian Council approved resolution number 093023A to direct the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to distribute their settlement proceeds fully and equally to all enrolled Quapaw citizens as of September 27th, 2019, still living at the time of distribution. And as the United States Congress appropriate fair settlement proceeds in federal legislation, which will include a dispute resolution procedure to determine the allocation of the bear settlement proceeds for the Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 2. And whereas the proposed dispute resolution procedure requires both the Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 2 to enter into a mediation process with a third-party mediator experienced in the practice of federal Indian law to negotiate an allocation plan for the bear settlement proceeds. And whereas if either Quapaw Nation or Plaintiff Group 2 rejects the mediated allocation plan, the both parties will enter into binding arbitration. Arbitrators that have a significant experience in the practice of Indian law to determine a final allocation plan that bears settlement proceeds. Therefore, be it resolved, the Quapaw Nation Indian Council hereby approves the proposed dispute resolution procedure to determine the allocation of the bear settlement proceeds.
I would ask for a motion so that what we want to do is get into discussion, understand this better. I would ask for a motion to approve resolution number 070424, a resolution authorizing a dispute resolution process for the bear settlement proceeds. Is there a motion? Okay, we've got a motion. Is there a second? We've got a second. We are now in discussion. Those who have questions, please raise your cards. Actually, before we do that, Eric, are there other things that you would like to share? Just an overview of some of the implications of this particular resolution.
So as discussed in the resolution, there needs to be a federal law passed by Congress to appropriate $137.5 million for the bear settlement proceeds. Under that legislation that has to go through from Congress, there needs to be a dispute resolution process to determine how much Quapaw Nation and how much Plaintiff Group 2 receive from that settlement amount. This mediation process, mediation is a utilizing courts of law, utilizing a negotiation process where each party would present a plan for allocation to the mediator. The mediator then view those plans and then eventually pick one plan or come up with a consolidated plan from both parties. That plan that comes from the mediator will then back to the general counsel for review and approval. If the mediated plan is rejected by the general counsel, then Quapaw Nation, Plaintiff Group 2 can then exercise a process going to arbitration. Arbitration would be handled like a court case. It would have a trial on all the facts, it would have exhibits, witnesses, and then you have a panel of arbitrators weigh all the evidence and facts, and then come down with a ruling from that process. And that ruling would be like a court of law, and that ruling would be binding on both parties.
Question is, can we get a copy of this? It's very hard to read in the back, and this is a very big issue. And just having it read to me, I would like to see a copy. Can we get a copy, please? Do we have printer capabilities here, like in this room? If we don't have printer capabilities, is it possible to table this, send these out to us so that we can make a better informed choice and decision regarding it?
We do that, I mean, we're just discussing that notion. So if we did that, one option would be to basically table it time certain to September 7th and 8th.
Is there a way that you could send it out on the internet where everybody could read it on their cell phones?
Why not get that posted, Mikhail? It's a great idea, Brenda.
Just as a point of clarity, is Plan Group 2 the 53 or so quapaws we talked about last year?
Yes.
Thank you.
I thought we already voted that it was to all Quapaws, so why is Plan Group 2 going through this now?
That's why we're in the discussion phase. So we absolutely passed that resolution back in September of 23.
Went backwards.
So Eric, do you want to answer? I'm happy to. Eric, would you go ahead and take them?
Any portion that comes to Quapaw Nation will follow the per capita resolution that was passed last year. What needs to be determined is how much of that 137 goes to Quapaw Nation. And so but the case at the Court of Federal Claims included both Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 2. And so they both have separate standing claims against the United States. And this settlement goes to both parties. So there was a plaintiff group 2 that was formed during the case that broke off and got its own representation and had its own essentially its own claims against the United States. And then this settlement.
I'm sorry, we can't. I get a microphone. If there's a question, we can't hear you. I'm sorry, you're speaking. Please identify yourself.
My name is Tyler Tinsley. I am nephew to Ted Rogers, a previous tribal chieftain. Chairman, sorry. And I was just curious to see how far this has gone along, because ever since I was growing up, it feels like it's been 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Process just.
The chair recognizes Bob Collier.
The impression was made that we had to have a resolution in order for the city.
So to get the federal law drafted and move out of Congress, there needs to be this dispute resolution agreement between the nation, essentially agreeing to this process.
Can't move forward at all unless it's a resolution.
I'm sorry, we can only have one person speaking at a time. Please, Eric, please proceed.
So it's not like, if we don't pass this today, and and there isn't anything going to move forward. It's that in order to get the plaintiff group to agree to any kind of federal legislation on this, there needs to be spelled out this dispute resolution procedure.
Forward. But I can't move forward. That doesn't make what you're saying.
Yeah, it would hold things back, essentially. Yeah, it would delay the whole process in trying to get a bill passed from Congress.
That needs to be made very clear. Hold on, we've got somebody that's been waiting to speak for 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
So just clarity, plaintiff group 2, are those the Good Eagle lawsuit recipients? Is that the group of people that won the Good Eagle lawsuit and got that money that is broken off into plaintiff group 2 in this document? Or is it a whole other group of people?
We don't know with certainty. We know that there was a plaintiff group 2 on Good Eagle that negotiated their own settlement. List of plaintiffs now, we don't know. Eric, is that a true statement?
That's.
And secondly, is plaintiff group 2 trying to go after this entire settlement? As versus the Quapaw Nation and all the other tribal members? Is that the end goal, or are they trying to take percentage of it?
Well, so the Court of Federal Claims said this plaintiff group 2 is entitled to a certain amount. What the Court of Federal Claims didn't do was they didn't say how much. They only said Quapaw Nation as the nation and this plaintiff group 2 are to receive $137.5 million. It doesn't say how much goes to each party.
Okay, to oversimplify, but if it's 137.5 and there are X amount of tribal members that were tribal members September of 19, and let's say, I don't know how many people are in plaintiff group 2, but let's say it's 20 of them. They're also tribal members. So if that dollar figure divided by all the tribal members is 20,000, it doesn't matter what the figure is. And there's 20 of those people, why would those 20 get their 20,000 as their plaintiff group 2, and the rest of us get our settlement as Quapaw Nation?
So
why would it be unequal?
That's what has to be resolved through this process. How much is it actually should be allocated to that group? Is it, I mean, there's just so many things to litigate and, argue about that specific question.
So basically what's happening then is that the Bartlett program and all that's going up there was lobbying has got Congress to agree that they're entitled to separate percentages than what is already been purchased the tribe.
Well, it's the court that mandated Congress to view this case.
And it's because they were lobbying. I mean, the court wouldn't, and it was settled that the tribe deserved it.
Court said
there was no plaintiff group 2 before until recently.
The court said that the Quapaw Nation gets a blank amount. I mean, it's blank in the court document of the settlement amount goes to Quapaw, and then there's this other plaintiffs is also blank. That comes from the court.
That happens because before it was always just Quapaw Nation for the bear settlement, and the Good Eagle was separate. And then when all that became a fight, and now the bears become part of it.
So again, like this plaintiff group 2, they during the bear settlement process, they broke off from Quapaw Nation and got their own representation and said that that this is how much, that we are entitled to a certain amount of this settlement, independent of Quapaw Nation.
So when they did the Good Eagle and they split off Good Eagle, did they go through all this process with that too? The same way?
Believe it was, I mean, it was always that, you had Quapaw Nation as a plaintiff, and then you had a separate group, tribal members that were plaintiffs as well. So during all those cases, they were, co-plaintiffs.
It's difficult to see. Okay, you have the gentleman in the back, please.
Yes, and we've already voted on this as a tribe, and I would like to make a motion to deny conflict of resolution.
So you're speaking against this new resolution presented today, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, thank you. Melinda McFarland. It's not a separate motion, we're just talking about the motion on the floor right now is the discussion period for this resolution that is being presented. And I understand now that both of these last two speakers are speaking against it. Got it. You don't have to make a separate motion. We're just in discussion. Over here. Hi, question. Actually, it's why today? Why do we need to vote on this today? How long have you known that this day was coming? And now it just suddenly becomes on the agenda this morning with no documentation printed to anybody, which goes against Robert's rules. Number one, I know we don't function on that, but you want us to make a decision on millions of dollars that have been at stake since forever. So why today? Why do you have to vote on this today? It's prolonged. How long has it been prolonged? It's not going to be alive with this money as his first. So by the time it's dispersed, because the government has kept their feet for so long. So my question is how long have you known that you needed this vote, this decision today? Did you just call them up this morning and say, hey, we need to vote today by?
This has been going on.
How long has he known? How long has the business committee known that this question was going to come up today? Going to be today to be able to inform the Quapaw Nation. We had a huge decision to make today. We received this information yesterday. Yes. What? Email. Why did it take you so long to get the information to them so they can inform a tribe that you're supposed to be representing? Is that in the best interest of us as a nation? Incorrectly statement there. They received the information and in turn turned it over to us immediately. Yesterday. They received the information as far as I know. What we received the information from the legislatures yesterday. Is that correct? We did just like within the last day or so.
That, this question could be doing
that you need to put that to inform us.
I would say earlier this week.
You don't have an approximate date? You have a date?
Yes.
Monday. So why just yesterday did they get the information that we need to make a decision today?
So you don't have to make a decision today.
But you're saying we need to, that it's time sensitive. You just said that. You just said that. It was time sensitive that if you don't make a decision today, it would continue to be prolonged.
Right.
Okay.
That's totally your decision. I'm not saying that.
Sure. Don't make us feel pressure.
No, I'm not doing that today. And I absolutely don't want anyone to feel pressure to make any decision today because you're correct. This is an absolutely very serious matter.
I think hold him accountable for not informing you so you can inform the tribe on a time sensitive decision. I mean, you can't ask somebody if we don't have the printed information in our packet that we're supposed to make an informed decision upon. Yeah. Thank you. I think, Lois, I just clarification. The whole judgment to be divided amongst the whole tribe equally. Is that correct?
Is that what we voted on and it passed? So what I'm hearing you say is the government of the United States has said this other group, P or whatever they're called, it's now getting their attention and they're not going to fight that battle for us. They want us to pass a resolution that shows how we're going to resolve the issue once they give us that money. Is that correct? Is that what they're saying?
do you want to answer that?
Yes, there was a vote last year where the general counsel said that there had to be per capita distribution of the bear settlement proceeds. That is tribal law. That is what we presented to all the congressional delegations, to the other side, that this is what tribal law says. The flip side of this is that the Court of Federal Claims, court that reviewed all of this and decided the settlement, said Quapaw Nation is entitled to this 137, but that it also applies to this plaintiff group too. So that's the Court of Federal Claims recommendation to Congress. And so that's what the congressional has to address.
So that tells me
that Congress is not recognizing the sovereign nation of Quapaw and what we voted on as an equal distribution. Because that is not a conflict here. Either in my book, I see it as conflict.
do we have a microphone over here? Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, can you hear me? Okay, can everybody hear me? Let's go back to 2019 when we all went to the meeting with John, and he said, we just closed this deal, 137.5. This will include every tribal member who was a member as of the date of September 27, 2019, when the disbursement happens. We never voted to include, no such thing as a planning group too. They just crawled out of woodwork because they got lucky and got extra money at Good Eagle. And they just did that because they didn't like the offer they got. That's not when they approached lawyers in the first place. So you're wanting us to prove us, just try to shove this through without a clue. I support even saying planning two has a claim to it. It was already an amendment back in 2019. Every tribal member, and it has been several times. It's been repeated. Every tribal.
So that's absolutely the tribal law that we argue on behalf of Quapaw Nation whenever we go.
They better lawyers than you.
Excuse me.
They better qualified lawyers than you. You can't win our case.
The case is already
Why
over.
is group number two even involved in it?
I'm sorry.
Why is group two even allowed to be involved in it? It was already settled back in 2019. Remember living it. Wrote that date. Didn't say anything about, oh, we're going to pick up another group, let them get a different stuff settlement. You guys, it's not right. You can need law you want to. I know the difference between right and wrong. And what you're saying, this thing is wrong.
let's go over to this side of the room. Is there a microphone over there?
This is an important question. Has anyone on the business committee or have the tribal attorneys reached out to anyone in plaintiff group two to see if they would be amenable to mediation, or could we just throw this out? Hope that it wins.
Do you want to describe those discussions, Eric?
It's hard to describe the discussions because of the response has been when we contacted them to say, we want to get the bill from Congress out so that the settlement money can then start being distributed back to the nation. It's always been about, well, how do you resolve our claim here? Well, again, you go back to the court in claims and said that this group is entitled to a certain amount of that. So it's the other party is wants this a dispute resolution process. And so this would be a way to both parties to agree so that we can go back to Congress to say the money can be appropriated now.
Hold on. We're gonna go to the back of the room. People have been waiting to be recognized for a while. I can't quite see who's back there, but in the blue shirt. And then he didn't get an answer. He's wanting to know. Because supposed to do that. May I speak? Madam Chairperson? Terry, yes. Okay, I was confused, so I've been kind of asking some questions around trying to figure out, because I was like most of y'all, didn't we vote on all this last year and everything? Well, what's been explained to me, what I understand, probably figuring out, you have the bear settlement is your group one. Then you had some, not all good eagles, I'm a good eagle, yes, but not all the good eagles, but on that good eagle lawsuit, there was a group, some of those that got together, and landowners, somewhere in the forties, I'm 42 or so. For the second group, they filed a suit against this $137 million. I guess some of them didn't feel like they got enough money from the first suit. I don't know. That was my elders. So, and so, so what's happened is Congress has said, well, we've got this one lawsuit that we want to court and everything. Now the distribution. Oh, now the distribution part. So that on their lawsuit, there came two separate plaintiff groups. So I voted yes with the group one. My heart, every Quapaw should get part of the settlement. It's, to me, the good eagle part was separate from that, but because this one group of people, I know there's some part, that they started this other plaintiff, the second plaintiff. So, so that's what now the Congress says, well, now we've got to have, a discussion between how are we going to do, what are we going to do with plaintiff one? What are we going to do with plaintiff two? So this is why we need to get that part of this resolution settled. So it's not changing anything from last year. It's giving our legal support for them to try to fix this. If you know anyone on the plaintiff group too, talk about it, pull that stupid lawsuit out, it's ridiculous. I mean, they're the ones that have slowed all of this stuff down. And some are my relatives. Yes, that's not the main part of us good eagles that are main but and all that are all lined up usually on the east side to dance. So I think I'm just trying to help, just trying to make it easier to understand. Officer up here, and he's given us the great explanation that's very technical and over my head. So it's
been asking questions. So that's my understanding is that you've got the first plaintiff group, which is all of our brothers and sisters in here and aunties and uncles and grandmas and grandpas. The group two, or the other group that got some money, didn't get as much as they deserve. I do agree with that. But it should not be a part of this because it was a separate lawsuit from the bear settlement. So we've got to dispute this now. So we've got to empower them to get that resolved, and we can take that back to Congress and say, we decided we got this resolved, so man and boo-boo, every couple gets. I mean, that's what we're hoping for. Is that my understanding right?
That's correct. And
Close to it.
I just want to reiterate, we are acting in the best interest of Quapaw Nation. We would not deviate from the tribal law that this general council passed last year, that it should all be allocated on a per capita basis to every single member of this nation.
Yes.
And that is our position.
And
We don't deviate from that.
wants that. And we all voted for that last year. So we're in support of that. Because we want to get this moved along. There's, too many. There's just too many that have had to suffer from losing loss of land and loss of everything.
I'd like to recognize Ms. Catherine Smith.
Okay, dumb this down a little bit for everybody. If we vote yes on this, is this gonna help them make everybody, including group two, equal distribution plan?
We will argue on your behalf that all of this goes to every single member of the tribe.
On their own, they need to do their own thing. If they want to do their own thing and they don't want to do their own lawsuit and piggyback off of all of us who are, then they deserve people like us. They don't deserve more. There's no reason why they should get more. We are all equal, including group two. There's no reason why they should be fighting that. So is this going to help you guys make them take the equal share just like the rest of us?
Yeah, it will give us. We'll be able to argue on your behalf that all of this goes to every single Quapaw citizen per capita. But this we doesn't.
Yes, is it also giving them a chance to get more?
They will have the opportunity to argue that they are entitled to whatever their share that they're going to say they are. And we will argue against that to say, this goes to all the Quapaw members on a per capita basis.
Yeah.
And then there'll be decision made.
Will I help you guys?
It will help us fight.
If we vote yes on it. Yeah, that's all I wanted, all I wanted to know, because they do not deserve 1 penny more than everybody else deserves. So if we vote yes, this helps you guys make them, okay, that's all I wanted to know.
It will get the money, it will get that appropriation bill from Congress to approve the settlement agreement, to settlement funds to get the money out. And then we have to go and fight for that money for everyone to have it allocated on a per capita basis.
Okay. All we want to solve basically, and you wanted to know to make sure if we voted yes, if this will allow you guys to make
Yes.
them do equal shares with everybody else.
So before anybody can speak again for the second time, we've got to recognize others that have not spoken the first time. Gail Whitecroft.
I go like at the end of voice reason exemption. So this so set up. And today, he rejected that film thing. It's an individual because they took it from something in their youth to get more resources for themselves. And here we have for people who are just trying to take more resources from us. Well, it's right. Well, I think we should reject this. We should also move to eject these individuals from our tribe at this point.
Hold on. Hold on, there are others trying to speak. We need to go to folks that have not had an opportunity to speak on this particular motion. Secretary Treasurer Byer, they're saying a bunch of people in the back, I can't say. Okay.
I know that I saw earlier that there were some people that were in the back there that wanted to speak and they're holding their cards up. I just want you to know, I see somebody that's flagging their
thing. So if we can get some microphones in the back of the room, because I believe that there's been several people that have been waiting to be able to speak. And we need to allow those people to be able to have their voices heard as well. So before everybody that's in the front, maybe we can even do something that where we get everybody lined up, so we know who's spoken and who hasn't, and to do this in a little bit more orderly fashion, because it is important for everyone's voices to be heard. So I don't know if you want to come forward and speak up here so that people can hear you or see you better. Because it is hard to see all the way back here. So I'm sorry, go ahead, whoever's in the back there.
Thank you. Rebecca, that question, and I guess I might have missed something somewhere. You're saying that there's two parties, plaintiffs, and we're all Quapaw tribes, so I don't understand where the second part came from. The second group. Okay, so there's two separate groups now, but we had originally voted that it would be distributed equally, right?
There is always a separate group.
Yeah. The original lawsuit is damages to the land, right?
Breach of trust claims for damages, correct?
With land. So the original Good Eagle lawsuit was the damages to the land and the mismanagement of the money. And people that own land received money. People that didn't own land didn't receive any money. Now, this second bear lawsuit is for mismanagement of the tribe. Everything. That's the BIA abusing the money that was made for the chat, right?
That was one of the claims here, mismanagement of the mineral resources.
Okay. So then, now that there's two separate groups that are trying to get money. Now, so we're on today, right?
But what we're proposed here as a resolution is an agreement to a dispute resolution process. We have plaintiff group 2 that broke off during the bear litigation and got their own representation, saying that they are entitled to so much amount of money from this settlement. And then you have Quapaw Nation, which we represent on your behalf. That's what's being proposed.
Yeah, so instead of paying a lawyer, what the tribe is just going to handle it on its own, right? That's why they need us to vote to give them to represent us.
Okay. They will not, no. Plan Group 2 has its own attorney. Quapaw Nation have your own attorney.
Okay. And that's what I'm asking this question. That's what we're voting on today is for to give Quapaw Nation I guess to approve them to represent the tribe, right?
Well, give us the opportunity to argue on your behalf the tribal law that the general council passed last year, that this all has to be per cap to every individual member.
Yeah.
The other side is going to have their argument that they're entitled to X percentage of the money.
Okay. I guess I'm still confused.
This gets it would allow us to enter into the forum to make an argument. 137.5 million should go to all tribal members.
Okay. So I guess I need to make a motion on maybe having a deep.
We already have a motion on the floor that's under consideration. Please, are you saying to amend that motion? People that wish to speak. Chair recognizes Michelle Newton.
I have a question. What is the basic compensation? Any percentage? Correct, both things. That's what we're asking. So can we say it's 100%? Love to say, basically, someone. But 1% for everybody, 0% for everybody.
That's
And
what I-
it's not people from not any.
Right. So, yeah, everything that comes to the Quapaw Nation would be per capita distribution. And that's what we would be arguing is that 100% of the money goes to the Quapaw Nation to be per capita distribution. That's what we would be.
100% in one thing, 0% in the other. That's all we need is percentages. And we all know that yes, it needs to go to everyone equally divided. So, that's what we don't sell. These right thing out of it. Let's get some time. Wrong.
Can we get a microphone up front, please? Can we get a microphone up front?
My name is Kendall Bear, and this wasn't on the agenda. I don't know how we can vote on it when nobody can even read it.
The agenda was amended first thing this morning.
Right, and nobody knows the verbiage on this, and I just think it's, we wasted 45 minutes reading on something that nobody really can even read.
Madam Chairman,
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
here in the back, my name is Lord Wilson. And it appears that there's a lot more information needed to consider this motion fairly. It appears we have not had ample time to digest this information. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion to table this discussion until another special general council session can be held. So we all have time to absorb this information for this very important decision.
All right, so we have a motion to lay it on the table until special general counsel. That motion does require a second. Does anybody want to second that motion? Okay, so we've got a second. Could you please, I'm sorry, point of order, you need a microphone. Yeah, so had something on the table was a secondary motion to the main motion, right? The main motion was putting forward this particular resolution. Laying something on the table is a secondary motion to that we need to administer first before we can go back to the main motion. Does that make sense? Okay. So the main motion is still out there on this resolution, but the motion and second was just made to lay it on the table until the special general council meeting in September. Whatever purpose, and I heard what you said, but that's the point. Is there any discussion on this motion of tabling it until the special general council? Seeing no further discussion, I'm sorry, there we are. Can we get a microphone?
My name is Annalie Johnson Jennings. I'm a current law student, just a member of the tribe. And I feel that if we table this for longer, knowing the workings of the federal government and I mean troops that we don't like or agree with, but unfortunately, we need Congress to work with us and work with groundwork through our legal team to work with Congress. And we need the support of congressmen that we've been working with to obtain our settlement money. And if we delay this, we are risking their obligations and their willingness to help us. And it's just another obstacle that we will have to have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Julia Peabody.
Obviously,
Thank you. We've got another person in the back who wants to speak.
Yes, I'm not part of the second. I want to speak. Listen, this resolution is going to open the door to the other group to tie things over along. That's all it's going to do. Plain and simple. We already voted as a tribe, and that's the way it should be.
Can we get a microphone over here?
hi, okay, my name is Kathy Felter. I just wanted some clarification. There was mention that this group two came in during negotiations or when did they come into play? Before 2019 or after?
I'm sorry, we are discussing exclusively the notion of laying this motion on the table.
Before that.
Who's going, Laura or Ben?
My name is Ben Waters. I'm simple-minded. You don't know me too well, but all they're asking is to give him the ability to go fight for us as a whole. That's it. That's what they're asking us.
Sorry, we need to keep the discussion to laying this motion on the table.
Rick James.
All right, we're gonna go. I'm hearing to call for the question. Oh, I'm sorry, there's somebody else. Yes, sir. All right, let's, oh, we got another one over here.
Wants to funds the entire nations. And Quapaw Nation wants to share all the funds to the entire nation and the chunks and the people who.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to call point of order because the discussion on the table at the moment, we want to hear your discussion. Please don't misunderstand it. But the motion on the table at this moment is a motion to table this until the special election in September. The discussion that we need to have at this moment is whether we are going to table this or not. If that motion, just a moment, let me finish. If that motion does not pass for us to be able to table it, then we will go back to the continued discussions as to whether we should approve this motion, this resolution or not. Does that make sense? We have to get past the motion for tabling and get that done, get that discussion completed, and then vote, and then we'll go back if it has not been tabled. Thank you.
Point of information.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Roman, can you get, information, please? I believe that this, Mr. Giles, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is higher ranking. It seems that, the general body is under the assumption, Mr. Giles is saying in the gentleman's question in orange there, that the distribution is going equally to all tribal members when that is not what the resolution was, but it's being presented that way that Mr. Giles is saying. For all, and that is not the resolution. Can you please provide a point of information? So last September, at the general council, you had a special general council meeting about fair settlement, $137.5 million. And the general council voted to say that the entire income needs to be per capita distribution. That is tribal law. That is what we would argue in any of this dispute resolution process. The entire amount needs to go to every single tribal member. We have to argue that against what the court federal claim said, and that the nation and this plaintiff group 2 are to receive $137.5 million. So that's what we're doing. We're going to argue that this entire amount needs to be per capita distribution pursuant to tribal law. Madam Chair of the Business Committee, I have the resolution right here. Maybe you can pull it up also. Resolution that was passed says, therefore be it resolved, the Quapaw Nation Indian Council hereby affirms the elected Quapaw Nation Business Committee's delegated authority to speak and act on behalf of the Quapaw Nation to ensure fair settlement proceeds, once authorized and appropriated by Congress, be fully and equally distributed to all enrolled Quapaw citizens as of September 27, 2019, still living at the time of distribution. And it goes on. And there's some misinformation coming forward, Madam Chair, that I don't believe is helpful to the body and helpful to the cause that we have on the table here. And politely request that the business committee, the chair, this meeting do something to rectify that.
So this is where we are right now. We have a motion on the floor to table this particular topic until the special general council. That's where we are right now. I suggest that we go to the vote and then we can on tabling.
Could you repeat the question?
To be allowed to so Congress and hospital about
It doesn't stop them from lobbying Congress and getting, trying to get a bill passed. But it's been made very clear by the congressional delegation that both parties need to agree.
Let's go to the vote. Now, one thing, is this the one time for that, or is this the beginning of our tax? This does not pertain to a per cap.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, who's speaking? Okay, thank you.
It takes right now and wait till September to discuss it. That means nothing is going to happen till after September. Okay. The longer we wait, the more beneficial it is to the federal government, so longer they don't have to pay the trial. I think it would be in our best interest if we finish our discussion and make a decision on this today so that we can continue to move forward towards getting our tribal members paid before they start all night long.
Madam Chair, I call for the question.
Thank you. All right, let's vote using our clickers to either table this particular resolution until the September 7th and 8th special general council meeting or not?
But I realized that if they died while we was doing this discussion, we come back up and think everything we're good again. Well, we're up to 5:37. If anybody's thinking about voting, let's do it now. We're going to close this out pretty quickly.
But I think, great.
Anybody have any trouble with their clickers? So raise your hand, let us know so we can come help you.
Okay, folks, looks like everything slowed down and lots of people milling around and everything, but then time to vote. So, almost done. The votes will be posted.
All right, so that means we go back, so that we're not gonna put it on the table. It means we're back in the discussion of the main motion, which is to approve or disapprove a resolution. Okay, is there any additional discussion? I see Norman. Can we get a microphone over to Norman? Who would like to speak for or against this resolution? Please come forward. It might help expedite things to get them microphones.
So, my name is Norman Penn. It's, like to make a motion. We go ahead and vote on this thing. You know what?
Can we get a parliamentarian ruling on that? Hold on, hold on. You can see what they're voting for. That was up there, my apologies. So Eric, we need a ruling. In essence, it was a motion to call for the question. Oh, man. That being the same as previous question, closing the debate. Okay, all right. So Norman made a motion to, in essence, close the debate. That requires a second. Is there a second? Okay, there's a second. So that could be, now, in order to do that, we're gonna have to vote on that. And it requires a 2/3 vote. Okay, so 2/3 are gonna have to vote to close the debate. It's not a simple majority. We're gonna have to go to the clickers, folks. Sorry about that. All it is a motion to close debate. Yes, to close the debate. No, do not close the debate. Okay, are you working on it? Yes, sir. All right, so it's number one. So the motion is to close debate on this particular resolution. One is yes, two is no. In order to close debate, it must be 2/3. Oh, yes.
It's like voting slowed down about nothing. We're gonna go ahead and call this over. And they'll post the results. Yes.
All right, the motion passes. We're closing debate. The next step is, because we're closing debate, we immediately go to the vote on the resolution. Can we get another question up on the screen? And that goes back to the original motion to approve resolution 0704-2024. Title: for resolution authorizing a dispute resolution process for the bear settlement proceeds. Is there a clicker issue back there?
No, James, I'd like to make a motion to deny that resolution.
So that's what we're getting ready to vote on. And then you'll be able to place your vote that you're opposed to it. Okay, so we've got a new question. So that's the approval or disapproval of resolution 0704-24. One is to approve, two is to disapprove. Looks like there's still some clickers having trouble sending. We want to make sure all the votes are counted.
Yeah, we're still having a few problems with people with their clickers, so as soon as we get that resolved, we'll show you the results.
Yeah, and this requires a simple majority.
Okay, technical difficulty resolved. Anybody else having any problem casting their vote? I don't see any hands, so we're gonna call it. Go ahead and count.
All right, the motion passes and the resolution is approved. All right, we are officially out of the new business section of the agenda. And we're going to go work in progress. We're going to go to the candidate forum. First are the candidates for chairman. First on the agenda is Nick Wilson. Nick, would you please step forward? Thank you. Please give these candidates an opportunity to address the Quapaw Indian Council. Without background conversations, please give them their undivided attention. 5 minutes, Nick.
No, good morning, I think. Henry kept me awake. Good afternoon, I'm Nick Wilson, born, raised and educated right here. I've been gone for a number of years, but I've always tried to stay active. Most recently, I am fortunate to have been named by the business committee to the DDA. And we've met and had good time doing that, trying to help and help guide the tribe and make some tough decisions at times. Prior to that, experience for 2 terms, if I remember correctly, as part of the grievance committee. Went through some tough things with that, but we've made it to where we're at. First and foremost, I want to thank the workers who helped put this on today. I just talked to some of the casino employees that are here, and they've worked a long day, and I want to thank you to them. Because, they've helped provide food and drinks and amenities to us as citizens, so thank you to them. I also want to thank our current business committee. I want to thank previous business committees. I see we have a lot of leaders in the room, people that have served previously as chairman, as business committee members that have been here, and we're visionaries, regardless of where we fall. Politically, or what we think that our views are, we have arrived at this point. And I want to thank those folks. But at this point, we're here. It's time now, in my opinion, to engage in a strategic plan. And when I talk about strategic plan, first and foremost, I think we have to think, how can we provide a better life for our citizens? We don't think about what we have, it's here. We think about how we provide a better life for our citizens. And I spend a lot of time thinking about this. For you guys that know me know that I get up every morning. I think John Rogers called me here a while back at like 4:45 or 5 o'clock. I get up at 4 o'clock, so you can always call me. I'm up somewhere on the streets of Tulsa getting in my exercise. But I get up and I spend that time thinking. I'll spend that time praying. I spend that time reflecting on things that I can do better in my personal life, things that I can do better in my professional life. And I spend a lot of time thinking about what this means to me. And when I say this, I talk about our nation, the people that I serve. And so in that vein, I've got a lot of ideas that I've jotted down. I don't do real well notes. A lot of times I do better just extemporaneous. But I will say I'm coming into this position, and there's a Latin term called tabula rasa, which means blank slate. And blank slate, I come in with my eyes open, but my mind clear. It's a blank slate. So the picture I paint will be totally dependent on the needs of our tribe. I think first and foremost, we need to look at trying to increase our social services. Not currently, and I'm not thankful what we have currently is obviously has increased over the years, but I think now that we moved into a technological age, I think we need to be able to provide our tribal families, especially our students and even some of our elders, we need to put computers in households. We need to allow for tribes to have a stipend or social service, provide something for internet allowance. We've gone to so much technology, filling out applications, showing up, and we need to have those services available. And in that vein, I think we also need to have services that are trying to provide folks with training. I'm just gone through training. I'm trying to figure out how to use all the Google Docs. I know that's the big thing now. I'm a Microsoft Word guy, but just learning to maneuver technology is something. I think we need to provide financial training and have that available through financial advisors to our tribe, folks that will help us with retirement, with investments, and with filing taxes. Even in so much that if we have to, put the bill for some of those folks to come and help us, I think those services need to be available. I've seen recently that we have the tribes that are not starting to move forward with helping families purchase storm shelters. I would like to see us do that. I'd like to assist in that vein of financial advising. I would like to see us offer our tribal business entrepreneurs guidance and securing loans from the federal government through the BIA. We have someone that can counsel people through that have been through.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'm keep going here. Lastly, I know that we've had a lot of debate about Saracen. There's been rumors that I want to close down Saracen. I will tell you that that's not true. But what I will say is, as long as we're going to stay in Pine Bluff, I would like to see us really start. If the general council decides that's what we want to remain, I would like to see us start with land acquisitions. I'd like to see educational opportunities at the local university, with the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. I would really like to see us push that and be more there. That's what we're having. Lastly, I will tell you, I was born and raised here, and I completely believe the power of our people is with this group, General Council. And so I would like to say that transparency obviously is a big thing, but we want to make sure that through technology again, that what's wrong with text alerts, if there's a business committee decision or resolution passed, push out text alerts and email notifications to our tribe and things like that to happen. And I could go on. Thank you again for being here today. It's refreshing to see so many people engage our tribal government. Again, they're awesome here with a blank slate and ready to paint a picture. Thank you guys so much.
Next step has been a supernova.
Boy, my name is Wina Supernaw. Grandma Supernaw named me Menashe, standing son. I'm a direct descendant of Junior Supernaw, Dick Supernaw, Grandma Supernaw, Kahika Steta, Tall Chief, Kahika Teta, Wazi Dagni, Papa Kasa, Kahika Tonka, Kahika Tapate. The last 7 of whom were hereditary Quapaw chiefs. I belong to the snake clan. I had a very nice political campaign speech and I rewrote it last night. My heart tells me to fight the Uga'xpa and Uga'xpa. Quapaw people, downstream people. We are the downstream people. We came down the Mississippi River because we got broken, disconnected from our Uga'xpa relatives. We settled at the confluence of the Arkansas, White, and Mississippi rivers. In 1673, there was European contact. We served as a vital economic, political, and social force in the life of the region with the French, the Spanish, and the settlers. During this time, we went somewhere between 3,500 and 7,000 down to 600. Less than 143 years later after first contact, just 6 generations later, in 1818, we ceded 30 million acres of land to the federal government. This was our first treaty with the U.S. That treaty is now on display at the National Museum of American Indian in Washington, D.C. Your business committee was there for that treaty unveiling. I'm not sure I have ever been sadder than at that moment the treaty was unveiled for us. I was sad because I felt maybe a little what Chief Heckaton felt and the Quapaw signers had to do when it became clear to me suddenly. They did it for us. They did our survival as a people. Just 6 years later, in 1824, our remaining lands in Arkansas were ceded. We were marched to cattle lands on the Red River. The Red River Reservation proved to be an absolute disaster. Caddos did not welcome Quapaw. Red River flooded. The Quapaw cornfields repeatedly, and many of the Quapaw people starved. Half Quapaw, half French, Saracen led a group of Quapaws back to Arkansas with their pleas finally attracted food aid and other support of sympathetic Arkansans. In Arkansas, the Quapaw fared no better because they were landless and separated from communities. We were squatters on our own land. Why would they do all this? They did it for us. They did it for our survival as a people. In 1834, our reservation was designated Indian Territory. In order to provide a permanent home for the Quapaw Nation, the United States agreed to convey the land to them and their descendants as long as they shall exist as a nation, continue to reside, and so they marched to their new home. They did it for us. They did it for our survival as a people. This is not the end of our story. Then came the Civil War, where the relocated Quapaw were once again run off of their land, only returned to shambles. The government was petitioned, and after many years of waiting, most Quapaw lived with the Osage and other places. We received annuity payment in 1872 and held our first picnic that became our powwow. They did it for us. They did it for our survival as a people. Then came allotment and the mining era. We now live with the legacy of 70 years of unsupervised and unregulated mining the villagers left on our lands. They did it for us. They did it for our survival as a people. That 20 years ago, Quapaw Nation had very little. Some grant dollars were all we had to fund maybe a few employees, yet we survived as a people. Today, we have vital tribal member services such as utility assistance, a wonderful higher education department, a department of public safety that serves the entire community, 2 early learning centers, older housing, family homes coming, Title VI that feeds us. We're healing our land, we're healing our home through services for remediation. Tribal members. So where does it lead us today? So we're on the edge of greatness here. A precipice, you might say. Some might say we're turning into a business. Some might say we need to get back to tradition. Some might even say we need to focus more on tribal sovereignty. I think they're all correct. We need to do all of the above.
So the question becomes, what are each of us doing to honor those that came before us and those young ones to ensure our survival and prosperity as a people? That's exactly what I'm committing to work toward for the O-gah-pah Nation. My platform is simple: commit to the Quapaw people my undivided attention, govern reform, continue focus on our strategic plan to grow our businesses that increases tribal member services, focus on our culture and traditions, improve communications between the government and community. My apologies, didn't realize that. I humbly request your consideration in re-electing me as your chair of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee on July 27th. Got it again. Next up is Lynn Valier, Secretary Treasurer. I think it's my computer here. I'm not going to try and keep up with paper. Good afternoon. Holiday Golf Club Relations. I'm Linda Valier. My grandfather is Koki Valier and my mother is Susie Valier. Since November of last year, I've had the honor of serving as the Quapaw Nation Business Committee Secretary Treasurer. While in this position, I have utilized my accounting and business administration in education and experience to fulfill many of my duties. My experience as a Civil Air Patrol unit commander has provided me with the leadership skills that I have needed to operate in this position. I believe that leadership is service to others. I believe in creating strategic goals that will provide a strong physical and financial infrastructure for Quapaw Nation and our community that will take us 7 generations into the future. My goals for our future have not changed. I believe in continuing to work on the elimination of debt and working to decrease the amount that we spend on interest expenses. We've been working hard to eliminate the current debt we have and build our credit rating. We are working on continuing to build relationships with regional and national banks so that we can leverage our upgraded credit rating and negotiate favorable credit terms that will decrease future interest expenses. As we are building relationships with regional and national banks, we are working with them to develop ways to create sovereign wealth funds that will allow us to invest strategically. This will allow us to utilize increased amounts of funds flowing from our general funds to work for us and provide a stable financial foundation. Sovereign wealth funds can be utilized to sustain our social services programs, our education programs, our cultural programs, and any other program that we'd like to remove political and economic risk from. These wealth funds will not only provide the financial stability needed to support our programs for tribal members, but they will also increase the investment revenue back into those programs we set them up. When we look at expanding and diversifying tribal businesses, I believe that we should make our decisions based on what will be needed in the future. We should look 7 generations ahead. We need to build for our future, not just for today. Some of the things that have been worked on just in the short time I have been serving as Secretary Treasurer include upgrading the enterprise software system that will allow tribal members to be served in a more efficient manner moving forward. Transitioning the separation of the Business Committee from the Downstream Development Authority and Tax Commission as directed by General Counsel last year. The creation of an expanded gaming commission. The fostering of more cultural events and activities, not just for Quapaw tribal members, but for the whole community.
better reviews of our budgetary process and working towards a more efficient budgetary process overall into the future. Development of relationships with banks that we had not worked with previously in order to leverage our upgraded credit ratings and negotiate more favorable terms for our debt instruments. Review of potential new tribal businesses that will create a stable infrastructure for our whole community. Building relationships with our attorneys, lobbyists, and federal legislatures in order to work with Congress so that we can get the fair settlement funded. These are just a few of the things that the Business Committee and Quapaw Nation staff have worked on over the last few months. Not all of the transitions have gone smoothly, but as we work together and respectfully collaborate, we can overcome the transitional challenges. I cannot, nor will I take credit for accomplishing any of the aforementioned tasks. It has taken all members of the Business Committee and Quapaw Nation staff working together as a team to get things done. I am grateful to be able to work with the committee and staff to respectfully collaborate. I've said it before, and I will say it again. It is imperative to the advancement of Quapaw Nation
30 seconds.
for the elected officials to find common ground with each other and the nation's staff members. There may be disagreements, but it is more beneficial to compromise when and where it is appropriate for the benefit of all people of the Quapaw Nation. It is not about the agenda of any single elected official. It is about the agenda of the Quapaw people and the advancement of all. My purpose in serving the Quapaw Nation Business Committee is to represent all Quapaw tribal members to do what is best for everyone, not just a select few. Again, again, for your time. I look forward to continuing to serve, Quapaw relations.
We have 3 candidates running for the the Business Committee member position. First on the agenda is Brenda Murray.
Now, can I kind of change? I'm gonna go with something that's just on my mind. I went to my chiropractor the other day, and she's an old friend, and she asked me what I was going to be doing today. And I told her I was going to the general council in Powwow. And she started asking me, well, what tribe and what do they do and everything. And she said that whenever her son was younger, he asked her, we're Indian, aren't we, Mom? I said, Grandpa looks Indian. She says, I don't know what Grandpa is. And he said, well, if we were Indian, it benefits of paying for my college. And he, I don't know who he knew, that he knew quite a bit about what he could get from the tribe. And I just think we're so lucky to have the tribe taking care of things for us like that. And not totally everything, but they sure do go a long way. And it's good that we have roots. We know our heritages. And my great-great-grandfather was O-gah-pah, grandson, and Joseph Quapaw and Cindy Brown. And then my grandmother was Hazel Buffalo, and she had several siblings. And my dad was an only child, and he was Fred Benner Jr., well, not Junior, but his dad was Fred. And but everybody remembered him as Sonny Mac. And Powwow's meant so much to him after he was determined to be here every year. And I have served on the housing committee when that first started for the elders. And we had the lottery to get the tenants. And I had the pleasure of calling them and telling them they qualified for one of the duplexes. And it was really a special time getting people moved into those. And now they've gone on and got, I think, 22 of them. And
They're just beautiful down there. It's a nice place to be. And we have started some other housing. And I think the next thing we need to work on is family housing. And for single mothers with kids, they always need some help. And there's so much that we can help with kids. And the learning centers are wonderful. And the new splash pad, but there's always things that kids need to do, have to entertain themselves at and places to come to, like youth centers or something, you know, where they can come and spend some evening or the weekend. But that's I think we just are really doing well. We need to keep on doing it. And our casinos have been wonderful, godsend for us. And I hope they stay that way. I hope nothing happens with gaming like that. But we also need to look for some other profitable businesses. So I think that's it. I thank you. And I hope you remember me at voting.
Thank you, Brenda. Next is Amy Panther of the Scott.
My name is that I'm ready to member, and I believe I could work and get ideas to improve our needs and ability to stand for the Uga'xpa people in this day. As I stand here, I know that most who know me personally know I have no issue speaking my mind or telling anyone how I feel. But I also know that I am capable of putting my personal feelings aside to work together in unity for the betterment of all Uga'xpa people. We need more resources for our economy to establish the goals that our people can see the change for improvements for all our employees, better benefits or more medical, dental, and the need of more housing. Education is one, but not all that have degrees in the field of leadership. I, for one, have leadership ability if given a chance. Well, I believe in myself. I know where I come from, and I know what I need to do for the Uga'xpa people. We've all heard what others said that's been in office, and it's the same year after year. We need new people that have a voice. I would love to see my people with houses be fixed, new roads for some, new sewers, new drains, people that have their own homes. How can we put people to work? We have to listen to their needs and provide so that our employees will know we care. We need more employees, and management needs to be improved in some areas. As I see it, leadership is not in our PC at the moment. The sacrifices our ancestors have made with less resources made a difference. The chair and BC before us have had so much resources that we seem to see less for our people. There's a lot of needs. We need big leadership with a voice and someone to get it done, not just talk. My goal is to serve my people and to be a constant reminder to the BC of our goals for our people. No matter if the general counsel is not present, I will be the voice for general counsel to achieve our goals for the present and the future of our generation. We each have the choice to make a difference. And I would like to have a chance to make that difference for you, my Uga'xpa people. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next is Lloyd Buffalo.
said, "Look, we didn't need to introduce myself, but I'm like Buffalo." And I don't like Mike to start with. I'm very soft spoken. And as you notice, I have no paper, no computers. As usual, I speak from the heart. And that's how we should all speak. I believe that everybody should be truthful to themselves first, and truthful to who they talk. So I don't need paper to do that. I won't take up a lot of time telling you what I've done. I have had the opportunity to serve as chairman, vice chairman, secretary, treasurer, numerous times as just member of this committee. You know, I come for you today and I'm going to tell you, this is the last time I will be seeking office. I think it's time to finish what started now, step aside and let somebody else in. I would love one more term, go to provision of the projects that are on the way. Also, I would let the General Council know, I will stand by that September 30th, 2023 resolution all the way. Representative all on equal shares. I respect the resolution being passed today, but I have great concerns of what it's going to do to people. I voted against, I'll be honest. I respect people who voted for it, I respect people who voted against it. All I can ask is support of the General Council. As usual, I've never made a promise. Never make a promise you can't keep. Always tell the truth, whether people want to hear that or not, you tell them the truth. And that's the way I've been for 50 years. Probably the longest person ever serving on the business committee. And I hope to end it in 2 years. And I'll request your vote for another term. Thank you.
All right, that concludes candidate forum. We'll now move on to open forum. Just a couple of notes before we do that, and just a couple reminders. Please refer to the back of your agenda page for key changes. The parliamentarian Eric Giles is here to assist in preparing any motions all citizens wish to bring forward for consideration, and Eric is sitting up here forward. The two Quapaw elders who previously contacted us and requested to speak at General Council, I suggest we go to them first, and then we can open it up to others present. The chair recognizes Bonnie Gilmore Shaw.
I'd like to make a motion. I, Bonnie Gilmore Shaw, move to distribute the remaining approximately $21.4 million of the remaining Good Eagle money versus the U.S. and Quapaw versus the U.S. settlement funds as follows. $5 billion be allotted to the tribal member services for the benefit of all enrolled tribal members over the next 3 years. That's $1.667 million per year for the next 3 years. Remaining funds, interest earned, are to be distributed to the Good Eagle Banking Fund, enrolled claimants equally, or their heirs over the age of 18 if the claimant has died. It's funds to be distributed no later than July 31st of 2024. Administrative matters are to be resolved by the Quapaw Nation Business Committee and reported at least annually to the Quapaw General Council. Down again.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, I see a second. All right, so let me repeat the motion before we go into discussion. Bonnie just texted me a copy of that. So the motion is she moved to distribute the remaining approximately 21.4 million remaining political versus U.S. and Quapaw U.S. settlement funds as follows. 5 million to be allocated to tribal member services for the benefit of all enrolled tribal members over the next 3 years. That's about 1.6 million per year for the next 3 years. All remaining funds, including interest earned, are to be distributed to Good Eagle Plaintiff Group 1, enrolled claimants equally to their heirs over the age of 18 if the claimant has died no later than 7/31/2024. 3, all administrative matters are to be resolved by the Quapaw Nation Business Committee and reported at least annually to the Quapaw General Counsel. We are now in discussion. Would like to speak against this motion. These are little red and green cards. Chair recognizes Mans McKinnon.
Good afternoon, General Counsel. This is a tough ongoing the Quapaw U.S. Good Eagle settlement funds. When those papers first went out several years ago, I think we got signed off on 1 or 2 different copies, and it went back, and you're supposed to be confidential with what you were getting. And then it went back again, you're going to be confidential with this settlement again. And those of us who got a settlement in that first group, that was, we signed off on that contract, and that was our amounts. It was not saying, oh, we'll come back and give you a little bit more later. That was our agreed upon amounts at that time. That's what we signed as our settlement, and it was done. How the second distribution went all the way down, we got literature on that, which was pretty thick about who got what percentage and things like that. This is a really contentious deal, but I think the whole General Counsel should decide on if it goes to every Quapaw tribal member, because that Quapaw BUS, which is all Quapaw members, in my interpretation of that, then it should go to all Quapaw citizens. That's just my opinion on that matter. I think that the remaining funds should be divided equally among every Quapaw member remaining alive today. It's my opinion. I've shared this with my fellow BC members. I don't think this is a thing that we should be deciding upon, because some of us stand to benefit from that, and some of our family members stand to benefit from that. So I just don't feel that that's something that I should be deciding to have my own thoughts, in my opinion. So that's just where I stand on that. And I think it should be, if this doesn't pass what's on the floor today, I think a motion should be made for someone, or I'm making it myself, that every tribal member that's alive today should receive equal amounts of those funds that are remaining. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Mans, are you making a motion to amend the main motion?
Making that motion, I will make that, if this doesn't pass, then I will make that motion later today, or if we don't get adjourned by someone, I would like to make that motion later. I'm the one to amend Bonnie's motion. It's already been seconded, it's already on the floor. But that's just something I would vote for later today myself.
Thank you, Mans. Who else might like to speak for or against this motion? Ms. Catherine Smith.
And I'm also one of the Good Eagle claimants.
Could you please speak up?
I'm Catherine. I'm the Griffin family. I'm one of the Good Eagle claimants. The actual one, not group 2. Going. Okay. Very when they gave out that Good Eagle, not everybody in the tribe was included in that. And that remainder, that should go to the specific people on that list that are still eligible to receive it. Everybody else is getting in on there. Everybody will get paid through one of the supplements. That Good Eagle was specifically for Good Eagle claimants. So I say no to this motion. And I move to just say no to this motion and do it equally through the remaining Good Eagle claimants that are eligible to do it. I mean, that was a specific list that the court approved for the Good Eagle. Not for every single tribal member, it was a specific group. The first settlement was for original. And you guys have already had group meetings on what our thoughts were and what, we would like to happen. And I'm pretty sure everybody in each one of those group meetings was equal distribution for the remaining eligible group one legal people. And that's who it should go to. That's who's entitled to it. I mean, everybody else is entitled to, or that's every single person in there, but the Good Eagle had a specific list.
Thank you. Joseph Brown.
Just said.
Oh, sure.
It's longer. Who has land? Who has chat files in their backyard? What's responsible for all that happened here is that the government and everything, all this money's been allocated to people. No one wants to talk about it. There's EPA stuff on top of it. So, if anything, then waiting for what money's left over to the bear case or whatever you guys want to do with it. I think it needs to go to our elders. Personally, that's what I think. You can do on top of everything else. Take care of our elders, make sure they have more housing like they did before. Whatever it is that we can do for them. We all. I'm there with you. I need help. So my only thing is that if we can take care of, our culture and stuff like that, and which starts out with our elders, I think it would really help. It takes a lot getting up here talking to you guys. My mother, she's declining in her health. Some of you guys might know. She used to talk about playing on these chat files all the time. I used to see him coming up here. I used to play baseball on the pitcher. Used to talk about that chat file. Anyways, that's all I can say. I think we need to take care of our elders and just leave it at that.
Thank you, Chisholm. I think we need to go back to Ms. Catherine Smith. I think she was trying to make an amendment to the motion. Could you please go back to the microphone? I might have misunderstood.
I wanted to make the motion to amend it to do the equal distribution for like we said in our group. Meeting.
So it's basically to strike the very first paragraph, which is the 5 million allocated to tribal member services over 3 years. Everything else is still equally played in group one. Yeah, okay. All right. So that's an amendment to the motion that we now need to, is that amendment? Will somebody second that?
Second.
Okay, we've got a second. Now, we are focused exclusively on whether we're going to strike that very first paragraph of the motion. That paragraph today reads 5 million be allocated to tribal member services for the benefit of all enrolled tribal members over the next 3 years. That's 1.667 million per year for the next 3 years. Is there anyone willing to discuss or striking that paragraph or not? Can we get a microphone to Bonnie?
Just want to say, tribal services, I will understand that $1.667 million over 3 years, that goes towards your utilities, your education. That's what, maybe $400 more a month for your utilities. You know how fast your utilities go up and how fast you use them. I'm just saying that's over $1 million over 3 years that you get those funds.
Thank you, Bonnie. I think there was somebody else that wished to speak. Terry?
Hi, Terry again. I agree. I like the $5 million to go towards helping our social services programs, because that helps our elders. That helps, my children and grandchildren, and our social services have just literally been like a gift from God for me and my family, and it's made a big difference. As far as the rate, we're not talking about remaining of the money yet, right?
Correct. We're only talking about the 5 million allocated to tribal member services.
Right. Well, it has my support. I really do. I like that idea, because I know there was a lot of fussing and stuff when the Good Eagle lawsuit paid out, and a lot of people didn't understand why that just went to a certain amount of people. But our Good Eagle family still has, I don't know, we're from 400, 600 acres that we still can't use because of all of the chat, and the BIA has control of it and stuff like that. So my understanding is that's what all of that was about. I like the idea of the 5 million going from the Good Eagle lawsuit into our social services program.
Deb?
My question has to do with the amount of money. I remember hearing that we had like 57 million back when John was chairman that was left over or thereabouts. And then a couple years ago, we were told there's 37 million. And then today you tell us there's 21.1. Can you explain the difference in what we initially had and why it went down and what we have today?
Original settlement on Good as well as Quapaw was 59 million. The difference between 59 million and the current 21.4 million were the prior two distributions. That's the reason. So 59 was the original. Then there was a distribution early 2020, 15 million. I think that's right. And then the second distribution in early 2021, 19 million, leaving 21.4. Any difference being interest earned. I'm not.
What was told in the minutes is that this was the balance of what we had and that it was in the bank.
This is the balance. Okay. Sorry, I can't see. Sorry, Catherine, other people need to speak before you get a chance to speak in a second time.
This is Rebecca Peterson. The settlement is for landowners, right? So it should have all just been disputed to landowners. So I don't know what you're having this, because it should have just been dispersed to the landowners.
I was just having difficulty hearing. I think it was a reference to the juries were to landowners.
The discussion is the amendment to change it, yes. And I'd like to make a motion to stop the discussion. And I get into a vote.
Okay. So on the floor right now for consideration is striking the paragraph that says 5 million to be allocated to travel member services for the benefit of all enrolled travel members over the next 3 years. That's 1.667 million per year for the next 3 years. That is exclusively what we're considering. Let's go to the vote. And I think we could just simplify it by saying, strike the 5 million allocated to travel member services. Is that agreeable to you all? Unfortunately, we've already ended discussion for this particular amendment.
If this goes to social services, what's our budget on social services currently? I think it's approximately 11 million. Approximately 11 million per year. And we have not worked on the fiscal year 2025. We'll be looking at that throughout this next month. Okay, all right. These are clickers. If you approve striking the 5 million allocation to travel member services in Bonnie's motion, 1 is to approve, 2 is to disapprove.
All right, we're gonna do another basket raffle. The next one is from O-gah-pah Coffee. It's a bag of 12-ounce medium dark coffee, and one white bag, 10-ounce medium dark. Okay. So that one is for 753-665. 753-665. Anyone? 753-665. We've got a winner. Seven, 753-665. I lost my pen. I had a pen.
Upper hand if they need help, so I hope everybody vote got through. If it didn't, please raise your hand at this time, or we're gonna call it. So the marks twice is over. And here's the results.
Right, so what that means is striking that 5 million going to tribal member services, that motion failed. So now we're back to the main motion, which is identical to what Bonnie put forward in the beginning. Is there any further discussion for or against that primary motion? And it's a lot of words, my apologies, but it's important that we all know what it is that's on the floor. To distribute the remaining approximate 21.4 million of remaining political versus U.S. and Quapaw versus U.S. settlement funds as follows. 5 million to be allocated to tribal member services for the benefit of all enrolled tribal members over the next 3 years. 1.667 million per year for the next 3 years. 2, all remaining funds, including interest earned, to be distributed to good equal plaintiff 1, enrolled claimants equally for their heirs over the age of 18 if the claimant has died no later than 7/31/24. Administrative matters are to be resolved by the Quapaw Nation Business Committee and reported at least annually to the Quapaw General Council. Is there anybody else that wants to speak for or against this? Otherwise, all right, oh, we've got one. Can you get a microphone here in the middle? Please raise your hand if you wish to speak.
Yeah.
Can you please identify yourself?
Brandon Martins. Doesn't pass. What is the plan for the originally? Or is there a plan for it?
I have to say that at this point, the analysis for all of the critical information that we've received from everybody, that and all the critical claimants, we're still in the process of analyzing all of that. And then once we analyze that, we'll be able to give you that information, but we don't have an exact plan at this point.
All right, there's somebody, Solomon.
Solomon Jones. Report, and Strauss, and Walker put out to the Quapaw Nation. It's the remaining funds regardless, no document or agreements we received indicate the nation must use the remaining funds in a specific way. To clarify the gentleman's question, thank you.
Sure. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak for or against? We've got some folks in the very back.
I went home skating. Okay. Yes, got it. Okay, so this is tribal households.
not tribal members. So, maybe it's very big estimate, just a households, certain households, or just heads of the household. Will be the only ones who, you know, so if you have like 5 people living in the house that are tribal members, you get it all, just one person. A tribal member? Yeah, husband, wife, or tribal member, and you have kids. You guys.
So point of order here, whoever is attempting to respond to the person, we need to give her the respect to be able to state her, make her statement, make her comments, and then we can go over to you as soon as she's done.
That's all I'm saying is think about it. We guys want this. Thank you. Chairperson. Okay, we have a call for the question. Let's go to vote. Somebody else with me. Okay, I'll put 21 billion, it's donated based on the general fund for law fee. I thought that 10 billion would come out of the 21 before we move it back to the landowner, and go back into our general fund. Is that the money we're talking about here?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that considering I didn't make the motion. So I'm not sure of all the intent. You're correct. The tribe paid 11.4 million in legal fees. Those fees were already paid and passed by the tribe, which means it was paid by all tribal members. All right, seeing no further questions, let's go to the vote. Allocate. Can I make a motion? Change it to distribution to all tribal members? Right, so that is an amendment to the motion. It's focused on the second paragraph where it says, I think this is what it means, where it says all remaining funds go to Good Eagle Plaintiff Group 1 enrolled claimants equally. They're saying to all tribal members. Have I got it? Yes. Okay, so that is an amendment to the main motion. Requires a second. Would somebody like to second it? Okay, so now we are in discussion on one section of it where all remaining funds, including interest earned, are to be distributed to Good Eagle Plaintiff Group 1 enrolled claimants. Strike Good Eagle Plaintiff Group 1 and replace with enrolled tribal members for their heirs over the age of 18 if the claimant has died no later than 7/31/2020. Is there anyone who would like to discuss for? Okay. Got somebody who'd like to speak in the back?
Sorry, I have a point of order. You have the motion to close the discussion. But in those seconds, I don't think we ever actually voted and it's kind of, it's a new chaos.
I'm not sure I'm following the question. So a motion was made to amend the primary motion, then it was seconded. Now we're in the discussion for the amended.
So I was talking before that, like right before that, you asked, if you, someone made a motion to close. And then there was a second, and then nothing happened after that. I don't think that was a result. I was making a point of order.
Got it. And then there were other people that still wish to speak. We need to go to a parliamentarian review for that. So the sequence of events were we were in discussion on Eric. We're in discussion with the main motion. Was indeed a motion made to call the question. While that was happening, there was another individual who wished to speak and they were recognized. Then we went to the speaker that asked to amend part of the main motion.
So you close the debate on the main motion. And then another person asked to speak and made
At the same time.
yeah, an amended motion, so the discussion had been closed.
So the discussion had already been closed on the main motion. Do I understand? Okay. So the motion to amend the main motion is invalid. We back to the main motion, which is the original language that Ms. Bonnie presented, and that discussion is closed. Therefore, we go to the vote. And Frank and Mikhail, I'm sending this to you now. Does this mean that it would, if we voted for this, voted the ones that got paid for? Okay, so that basically would mean they got paid before, they would get paid again, and then members of that would get paid again as group two. Correct? No, the motion that was finalized, it goes to plaintiff group one only. The remaining funds after the 5 million goes to travel member services over 3 years. That means they would get paid 3 times. If memory serves me, that's not everybody. Most people who were good equal plaintiffs did not get a second distribution. I think it was 128 people. That's it. Saying is they got paid the first time. And then a portion of them are filed for group two on the bear settlement. So that would mean different groups. This is exclusively plaintiff group one. I understand that. I'm saying is that they get three payments. The people in bear would only get a portion. Question, because I don't know, I don't understand.
That's a point of order as the discussion on this motion has been closed. And any further debate is invalid.
Okay, listen up. What we got posted up there is the motion that was made. You need to read that and decide, yes, you're for it, no, you're against it. That's the question we'll put up when we make a vote. So everybody needs to take a look at it and give you a few minutes to look at that and absorb it, because it is a lot. If you cannot read it, move it around a little closer so you can.
So I just sent a short and a condensed version to make it more legible to you, Mikhail.
We're trying to work it out to make it manageable for everybody to read. This might be the best we can do. I think to simplify it, my motion was to give 5 million to the social services, and the rest of it would go to the legal claimants, administrative fees and everything. But that's about as simple as you can do with it, I think. You can read it and see if it makes any sense. That easier on the eyes back there? Is there anybody that doesn't have the gist of the question? Okay, we're ready to go. Everybody's hollering about Mikhail. We got a question.
Point of order. Can we please allow the election committee to do their job as they are attempting to make sure that everything gets up there appropriately and that everybody can make an informed decision on this motion?
So it's 1 to approve, 2 to disapprove.
It was. It's what we're actually voting on. If we prove it, Bonnie's. It's going to give 5 million, what she suggested, to go to social services over a 3-year period. Is that correct, Bonnie? Yes, and the rest of it then would go back to the legal people and be distributed, just like it said. And it had till July 31st to make that happen. So it's pretty simple. If you don't want any money to go to social services, I guess you would disapprove. If you're for giving money to social services, approve it. Simple. One is approve, give social services the money, 2 is disapprove. How about clear as mud? Okay, a lot of people got it. We're getting quite a bit of votes coming in. Thank you.
Gosh, a lot of people pre-voted. We're going to go ahead and do another raffle. It's another O-gah-pah coffee, a brown bag, 12-ounce medium dark, a 1 white bag, 10-ounce medium dark coffee. And that ticket number is 753-544. 753-544. 753-544. Got a winner in the back. All righty then. Give another one. All right, we got another O-gah-pah coffee basket with the same items. That number is 753-562. 753-562. Check your tickets. One more time, 753-562. Otherwise, we're going to draw another number. Is there a winner back there? Wonderful.
Well, evidently we mastered the clickers today. I don't see anybody holding their hands up lately, so be thankful for that. But I had checked my phone and it's very hot outside.
Folks lining up in the back. We're going to need elders to go first upon adjournment. All right, so we're going to do another basket raffle. This one is a really awesome basket. It's donated and put together by the Quapaw Nation Gaming Agency. It's themed a day at camp. It's got a foldable wagon, various snacks, bubbles, and a bubble machine for Pete's sake. Various yard games, chair towels, and the winning number is 040654. 040654. Do we have a winner?
040-654. It's wonderful. We almost done with the vote tally? Not quite yet.
Digs. Harry, how many? One. How many reports on anything that you did to the BC like every other department has to do? One. I don't know where you think that your department is higher than everybody else's department to have to enter somebody, but that's what I'm asking. Is that NAGPRA be put under the cultural committee or an appointed subcommittee? So if she's gonna stay in that position, she can answer to somebody besides herself.
Catherine, because we are inside the main motion, and that's so different, it's not an amendment to the motion on the floor. We need to consider that one separately if you wish to put that forward. We are still in the main motion
Yes.
to reaffirm Carrie V. Wilson,
No.
NAGPRA Director for Quapaw Nation,
Yeah. I
provide
asked
budget
that to be
program.
strike.
Thank you.
Betty, Betty again.
Could we get a
Hello.
microphone to, oh, I'm sorry.
Here, let me speak first, if you don't mind, Linda. I'm Carrie V. Wilson. I have been working on this now for 28 years today, doing our Native American graves protection and repatriation for the Quapaw Nation. I was put in by your vote through General Council back in 1996, July 4th. So today is my 28th year anniversary. When I started, I was a motion made by Harry Gilmore, and it was seconded by Peggy Gibbs and voted on by the General Council, and they put me in this position. I had no directive, I had no budget, I had no operating systems, I had nothing. And I've taken this program to, we are leaders. The Quapaw Nation is a leader in NAGPRA, according to the National Park Service NAGPRA program. I have repatriated, according to Dr. Sherry Hutt, who is a former head of NAGPRA, more human remains and cultural items than any other individual in the United States. Thank you. I have worked diligently with very little compensation, and I wrote 3 NAGPRA grants for the Quapaw Nation. The first one I wrote was some years ago, and when I went to get paid, all of the money had been used to pay the attorneys. I contacted the accounting office and said, if you don't return the money, I'm going to have to report you to the general accounting office. The money was returned and I was paid. The second grant, these grants were written by me, by myself. Nobody helped me. I just wrote them because it was how I could get paid. Because back in those days, we didn't have anything. We didn't have a casino. We didn't have anything. We had bingo operations. And I went on and wrote my second grant, and I was working. And I was not only I established the Quapaw NAGPRA office. I also established the Office for Cultural Resources, protecting our archaeological sites, protecting human remains that were found in roads or in fields or whatever. I did both of those. The Quapaw were the first tribe in the United States, U.S. Armed Forces, and the Air Force. We did their very first reburial, and that was at Uga'xpa Air Force Base, and Bob Whitebird and George Romebeck conducted the services. We've gone on in cultural resources. We've repatriated Chula sites in Northeast Arkansas, and we worked with the private landowner, and we got we buried over 80 individuals that day. And the landowner worked with us and gave us the opportunity to bury back at the original site. I have done things. Recently, 2 years ago, I think, we went to Indiana and I repatriated sites that are actually culturally affiliated to the Quapaws. That means that we're their blood at Indiana. And we reburied 653, I think, individuals that day. Joe Bird was there, our chairman at the time. My son Solomon, others were there. And it was an impressive sight. We buried thousands of cultural items that day too. This summer, in March, I had repatriated a culturally affiliated site to the Quapaw, meaning that our remains, our cultural items are the same as what we find in Northeast Arkansas and other places. It's a wall site. We repatriated over 300 individuals that time. We were going to go ahead and rebury those. However, in January 12th this year, our chairman decided that she was going to be the NAGPRA contact. So that didn't happen. I found my emails taken. I found my mailbox didn't exist. And I was put in a box and couldn't talk any longer. Now, this was intentional. But what was happening is I had other important things done that were stopped. It's important that I do this. You can shuffle papers all day long, but for me to go in and say, this is Quapaw, this is why this is Quapaw. We look at these archaeological collections. I'm not just doing paper. I'm returning our heritage to our people. So at this point, 34,000 cultural items are affiliated in our possession, our control. Repatriation is control. Those are through various museums in the United States. Where are we going to put 34,000 items? I've established 5 repatriation cemeteries, 1 in Indiana, 2 in Arkansas, 1 in Louisiana, and 1 in Tennessee. We are reburying our people. But I was told that I was hoarding human remains. I'm not hoarding human remains. What I wanted to do is a lot of individuals will come in, Indian tribes, and they'll get 1 repatriation and they'll go bury it. 1 repatriation, go bury it over here. What I wanted to do is I'm so familiar with working with these people in these sites that I thought of them as being like the Banks Village. That's one side. One of it's in Tulsa, one of it's in Illinois, another one's in New York. I want to put all of those individuals back together because they're from one village. They're related. Their grandmothers, their children, their parents, all of those people should go back together as a unit, as a family. So I think that I am being targeted, but I want you to know, I feel very strongly toward our ancestors. And this idea I'm scraping bones and I'm doing DNA studies and all that kind of stuff. No, I'm not. I absolutely am not. There are things I don't feel like I can talk about here because they're our ancestors. And to be using our ancestors to be targeted for whatever their goal is, it reminds me of Solomon and using his wisdom to decide who the mother was of the child. One woman wanted to kill the child. She didn't care because she had lost her child, so she didn't want him to have anything, the mother to have anything. They wanted both of them to suffer. If you take this program away from me, where we are right now, it will hurt our collection of our heritage. You know, a lot of these sites now, there'll be like 20 tribes involved, and they'll repatriate it to all of them. But what I'm trying to do is find items that are actually ours, our history, our past, where we live. And I've taken it, when I first started, I was in Northeast Arkansas. We've gone over into Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, all of these things. And it's all starting to feel like a big puzzle. 30 years of experience, 30 years of learning has taken me into a whole new site. And if you take that away from me right now, you will lose. Our ancestors will lose. Our children will lose because we're going to take our history and that future away from us. I'm putting together these puzzles, and I'm respectful of our ancestors because they're all of this. And if I have to go into that in such a way that I don't want to cause spiritual harm on anyone, including and I think that in some ways, you know, they've accepted me. I've done this a long time. So I'm asking you to continue with that. However, I do feel I need an assistant, someone I can train that will know, and I start imbuing that knowledge to that person. Right now, Colin Mouse has come to me and he's wanted to learn. So I'm wanting to work and go forward. So I hope you give me the opportunity to do that. There are certain critics of mine, they've said terrible things about me and terrible rumors. And it hurts me, but I don't think that our ancestors should be used to manipulate somebody else's goals. Thank you.
Carrie, you said they fired you. Do you have like an email or?
I'm sorry, point of order. Is it Catherine? I can't hardly see it. If you've already spoken once, you have to wait until others speak before speaking again. Linda Kay, I see you're up at the podium.
Excuse me. This whole situation makes me very angry. What a lot of people don't know is when NAGPRA was enacted, I went to one of the early meetings at Mark Twain, not representing the Quapaw tribe. I worked for the Peoria and Modoc tribes. I went there as a representative for the Peoria tribe. It was supposed to have been a meeting between the tribes that were covered, that had been in Mark Twain National Forest area. I think there were about 7 of us, 6, 7. It was to be a meeting between the tribes, the anthropologists, and the archaeologists that we would be dealing with in that future time. The tribes showed up. The archaeologists and the anthropologists boycotted that meeting because they did not want to have to deal with the tribes. This is a situation, and I know from personal experience, this is a situation that Carrie B walked into. Through her personality, through her knowledge, through her education, she has developed almost 30 years now of contact people. If she doesn't know something, she can find out immediately. She knows who to go to. If she needs to get something done, she knows who to go to do that. I would like to address what Melissa said a while ago about she has proof that all of this stuff had not been done. I'm sorry. If you're talking about the proof in the last newsletter, which I believe is the only newsletter I didn't get, I had to have one given to me. If you'll take a look at that, all of that stuff came about after January of this year. Well, probably there was nothing answered after January of this year because Carrie didn't get her mail. She didn't get her emails. And I can personally vouch for that because I sent her a letter myself. She eventually got it. It had been opened and passed on to her. I think there were only a couple of pieces of mail. You can't do your job if you don't have the tools and if you're not getting the information that you need to do your job. I also, I met with the business committee and with Carrie, I don't know, a couple of months ago. Is it that long ago? At that time, Carrie explained the problem, the things that she needed, that she would like to see done with NAGPRA. At that time, there were virtually no comments, and Carrie didn't ask. We got nothing from the business committee, except, well, I think there was a comment that said, well, I just think everybody should get along. And then there was a comment about reporting. My comment was Carrie don't owe the business committee a single report. Her reports, she was appointed by general counsel. This is who she should report to. I believe she tried to get on the agenda today to give her report. And she was not given a place on the agenda, which is why this is coming up this late in open forum when we're all tired and ready to get the dickens out of here. Okay. I just hope that this general counsel will support Carrie again. Could we ask for a point of order back there from the screen?
Linda Kay has the floor. Please give her your attention.
Point of order. For those in the back, we realize that this has been a very long day. And we realize that we've gone through a lot of things and everybody's tired and hungry and hot. And we apologize for that. But we are a growing nation. And as a growing nation, it is our responsibilities as a growing nation to be able to take care of the business of the nation. The Indian Council, Quapaw Nation Indian Council, is our supreme governing body. So everything that we do here and the business that we take care of here is ultimately one of the most important things. So please give respect to those that are attempting to try and get some of the business done that is important for the nation as a whole. Donaghy.
And I am almost finished. I just want to say that I know through the last almost 30 years, Carrie has further developed her knowledges, her contacts, her skills, her ability to match her already sacred feeling for our ancestors and our grave goods. The reason that General Counsel put Carrie in this position years ago, the General Counsel felt that this position was too important to the sacredness of our ancestors to allow it to become a political game. That General Counsel would continue to support our cultural sacred traditions and our ancestors. That's all I want to say. I would ask you please to vote for Carrie. Let's keep this program where it belongs. Thank you very much.
So we're still in discussion on the main motion to reaffirm Carrie B. Wilson as an ACRA director for the Quapaw Nation and to provide a budget for the program. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak for or against this motion? Oh, okay. There we go.
Hi, me again. I'll keep it short for all of those who've chosen to be disrespectful when we're talking about a person who the majority of her life has been in service of your ancestors. So listen, my hind end is as tired as yours. My feet and ankles are swollen huge. We're going to
Point
make
of
this
order.
brief if you'll give us respect.
Can we please stay on topic? And
I'm
those in the
sorry.
back, please stay respectful to those who are speaking to the motion at hand.
I am in favor of Carrie V. Wilson being head of this program. I feel that there have been so many years that if it was an interest in this important to other people who are interested in the cultural department, all you had to do was ask her, tell me what you know, let me walk beside you. All these opportunities have been open for all of these years. She's constantly teaching while everything she's doing. She did the dinner for my mom's, service, and it was beautiful. And she was teaching my children and my grandchildren our ways, our heritage, our ancestors, the whole entire step of the way. My children now love her. They want to call her auntie when they do. because everything she's ever done has been in dedication of her love for her people. And she's an elder as well. It hurts my heart that our committee isn't showing her the respect she deserves. There's so much to that anthropology stuff that we literally don't have any idea. So rather than slam her, let's support her. What can we do to help you? Teach us what you know so we can have a better cultural committee. We can do all of this stuff. It's my opinion, but it hurts my heart that we'd treat somebody like this.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Vance Gilmore.
I so move, we move to question.
Say so.
Here we go. All right, so we're going to go to the vote. Michaela, I will send you the text of the motion, which says reaffirm Carrie V. Wilson as NADPR Director for the Quapaw Nation and to provide a budget for the program. The discussion phase is closed.
I make a motion for second on it. We're voting
Yeah, my hand.
Unfortunately, the discussion phase is closed. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah.
Can we get a parliamentarian review? It appears that before the discussion phase was closed, Barbara Collier still had her hand up and requesting to be heard.
Maybe it's like that.
I think that you put it as but you could make it.
My apologies. When we went to the vote, please don't start voting yet, or we're going to have to recycle it because the debate was closed when other people were still asking to be recognized. I did not realize that. Close the debate and then, which required a vote of 2/3 to do it in that particular fashion. So can we please recycle that vote and give Barbara Collier an opportunity to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody over here too.
I just had a suggestion that maybe those that want to leave, go ahead and let them turn their clickers in and let them go. That way, the ones of us that want to pay attention to what's going on and hear it can do that without having to listen to all that. I mean, it's beyond ridiculous back there. You guys okay with that? It's like we're holding them hostage for some money.
What does the Quapaw Indian Council think? Shall we go ahead and let him turn in the clickers and let him go? All right, we got to stay. Carry on.
As an elder, I'm ashamed of you that want to hurry out of here and not listen to what the people want to say. Ashamed. If you don't want to listen to what your people have in your future and the guidance and the direction that you need for your future and your children's future, then you don't even need to be here. You don't deserve to be here. There's other things, there's other issues that we want to cover. There may be other things that people want to say. So if you don't want to listen, then plug your ears or go home. Excuse me, but got off subject. As the chairperson of the cultural committee, I think that this involves us, all of the cultural committee, the NAGPRA, the program that's set forth, the program that's current. So I think that maybe I'm asking what our place would be in that, because it's been mentioned that the cultural committee take this over. I do not feel that I'm properly schooled to do any of that. I haven't been doing it. I did help Carrie back in the 80s when she was doing it, and it was kind of starting up. But that is something I think that needs to be replanned and possibly looked at for a revision in maybe the cultural committee and what they're going to have, or else create a totally different program. So that's my request for you. Carrie's doing a very fine job.
Are there others that wish to?
I would be willing, and I would absolutely love to write articles in the Quapaw Post about NAGPRA. And I also would be willing to work. I work with the elders. I work with anybody.
Carrie V, we need to
Thank
have a
you.
point of order. Thank you.
Are there others who wish to speak for or against? Okay, we've got somebody in the back. We're trying to get the microphone moved around. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No disrespect for the people who want to talk, but it's getting kind of late. Can we put a time limit, please, and stay on topic?
Can I get Grace?
Hey, can I put in motion, we put a time limit for talking, please? I mean, no disrespect.
Yeah, not while we're inside this particular motion. So we're still considering a singular motion regarding NAGPRA.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized as a tribal member? May I be recognized as a tribal member and not a business committee member?
Let's recognize Grace Good Eagle first, and then we'll go to you.
Thank you.
My name is Grace Good Eagle. I was chairman at that time when Carrie V was put in that position. It's a very important position. And it was a sort of thing that, because it is so important, I don't believe it should have been included in the job description of what it is now with the Cultural Committee. The General Counsel said, Carrie V, do this. And she has done it faithfully. And in addition, and I keep telling you, you must respect your elders. The way I was brought up, you do not interrupt or stop your elders. If your elders want to speak, you listen to them.
I think Secretary Treasurer Valier wanted to speak.
Madam Chair, I would like to make an amendment to Carrie V's motion. And I would like to amend that we add an assistant to her so that she can take her knowledge and her skills and she can pass it on to someone who can continue the NAGPRA program and take her skills and move forward with the NAGPRA program. Gunnigan.
All right, so there's a sub amendment made for and to add, where it says provide budget for the program and an assistant. So it's to add those words at the very end. Is there a second? Got it. We got a second. Now we're going into discussion just for the assistant. Mikhail?
I guess I'm going to amend this amendment. Right now, since this has the position is actually appointed by the GC, our ability to support her and hold her accountable is limited. So I would also like to amend it that she has all the same restrictions as a tribal employee, and all assets of the program should be held on Quapaw Nation held property, not personal property.
Okay, so we've got a second amendment. Now we're going into that. Let me rephrase, see if I understood what you were saying, Mikhail. With Quapaw Nation equipment, same as an employee, technical equipment.
All working.
So I don't know what it means, all assets.
Do you want to work with Eric to make sure you got the wording right and that your intent is?
I would like to add an amendment. I would like to add the amendment to Carrie V. Wilson and the Culture Committee work together to find our problems. That way we have backup upon backup upon backup of whatever we need and any proof that we need. And it needs to be a role that is not hosted by hatred for one person. It needs to be equal peers. Research committees do it all the time when they're looking for archaeological digs and all that kind of stuff. And I would like to make an amendment that Carrie V and the Culture Committee work together to do all their stuff they need to do.
Okay, so technically we can only have a main motion, a second motion, and I think that's as far down as we can go. We can't have a third one.
That
It's just too deep.
I don't quite understand it.
okay. So he can remind you.
Yeah. So we can only go too deep. Yeah, so we're at the max. So this is where we are. As soon as we get the wording for Mikhail's amendment, then we've got to tend to that one first. Because right now, Mikhail has made a motion, but it has not received a second because we've got to get it articulated correctly.
But there's an amendment to the motion, so I can't, my call doesn't work.
Yeah, can it be convoluted?
Realize how important this is. Okay, but you can, I mean, you wanna talk, you can talk. Like-
No, I'll just trying to be disconnected between.
Nope. And it's all right, they'll get over it. My grandma died, she was like.
What he's trying to get at is disallowing her to keep property on her, at her house.
Okay.
So we would have to.
So Mikhail, I'm not sure we can reasonably fulfill this amendment. Because it says award that NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment be held on Quapaw Nation property and not personal or private property. Many of the repatriated items are actually held in other physical locations because they have the appropriate repositories. Okay, so
At an appropriate, facility.
The intention was for it that she cannot hold it in her own personal private property.
could we just insert the word approved?
Approved.
Award that NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment be held on Quapaw Nation approved property and not personal or private property.
I would agree with that.
All right, so here's Mikhail's motion that still requires a second. Award that NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment, be held on Quapaw Nation approved property and not personal or private property. Is there a second? Okay, so we've got a second. Now, first, we're gonna address, I'm sorry, Eric, do we address this one first? This one, we gotta stay within this amended motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for or against this amendment? I see a green card. Chair recognizes Minnie Francis.
Hello. I've seen some amazing things today. We have a full house yet. Usually by this time, there's just a few left. And I commend all of you for your interest. Makes me feel good that you want to argue with each other, but you all come to a favorable conclusion. We nominated these BC to act for us and do business for us. Am I right? Yes. Okay. They do business for us. Okay. They treat all directors, all employees with the same manner. I have never seen a committee work as well together as these people. We have one who's down there representing us. We've lost a tribal member. But if they did so, terminate, I'm sure it was just cause, because this committee, from what I've seen, is very transparent. I'm not sure, but I don't think proper protocol was taken on this on appeal for reinstatement. General counsel is the last resort, and if proper protocol hasn't been followed prior to this, we don't need to be here bothering right now. You guys need to stop and think. All directors have to be treated the same. All employees have to be treated the same. They all have to follow the same rules and regulations that we've set down. And if they can't, and the BC chooses, or the powers that be in the strain of command, then so be it. One should not be treated any different by general counsel if proper protocol hasn't been followed. And all of you have a good day. I love all of you people. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Betty Gadke.
Well, my opinion is, first of all, she is assigned to this duty by us, the general counsel. So I don't feel like she's an employee. She goes to other people that she has to give reports to. She doesn't have to give it to our business committee. She might have to give it to all of us. And I personally would like to hear a report every year, but I support her staying on NAGPRA. And I have been on some of these repatriations. And I'm telling you, I am so impressed with how she treats these remains with respect and love. And, you know, I believe in spirits. And I think those spirits are attached to all of these remains. And if you don't abide and respect those, it's going to come back and it's going to bite you. And I never have seen Carrie do anything disrespectful. She earned this job. She's given you 28 years. Leave her alone. Let her do her job. Just saying.
All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak on the following amendment? It's NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment be held on Quapaw Nation approved property and not personal property or private property. Excuse me, I think Vance Gilmore had his card up. Oh, okay.
Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd, you got a microphone? Please
I just
proceed.
want to make two simple statements. Number one is Carrie was not removed. I told Carrie and Linda that at a business committee meeting, which they were present at. I was very clear about that. And we're talking about a NACRA program. We have no NACRA program funding. My two statements.
Vance, do you have a microphone? Is there anybody, we just need to make sure we've got an individual that still wants to speak. Oh, Vance, you're absolutely right. So Vance is calling for the question to cease debate. And what that means is we're going to vote on that. And then we're going to go and then we'll vote on ceasing debate. And then we'll have to vote on the sub amendment. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So we need to go to a vote to cease debate on the sub amendment regarding NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment be held on Quapaw Nation approved property and not personal or private property. But this motion is just to cease debate.
Catherine, you're gonna have an opportunity when the next amendment comes up.
Let's simplify this. We'll try a voice vote, and unless it's perfectly clear, we'll go to the clicker. All those in favor of ceasing debate on this sub amendment, please say aye. All those opposed? All right, the debate is closed. Now, what we do is we do need to go to a real vote on the sub amendment. Do you need, Mikhail, do you want me to send that to you?
Down up here.
Try. Once we get this sub amendment up on the screen, I would please don't use your clickers. We're actually going to attempt a voice vote. And assuming those results are very clear, we'll know what to do. Then we'll have to go back to the other amendment and go back to the main motion. But for the sake of time, we're going to try to do a voice vote. If it's too close, we'll have to use the clicker. But we're going to try.
Bills.
No, I love.
That's true.
All right. All right, they're getting ready to put this amendment up on the screen, and unfortunately, due to the large number of non-Quapaws in the room, we're gonna have to use our clickers, folks. Let them start going.
Yeah, but Bill, it's gonna be worse than the black. Not one let the others slow. I don't like it first, but these people that are already out there, they're not familiar. Yeah, they're not familiar with it. So you would just let them go. Give them their, say, get them out of here. They're not. They know. I don't care. Probably. Here. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, we're having technical difficulties, as everybody's aware. The question's not matching up on our screen as what, on our clickers to what we've got on the screen. I think probably try powering them off like a computer and then rebooting them, turn them back on, see if that helps. If not, it's possible we may have to reword the question where it's a little bit smaller. But we're working on it right now. Maybe we've overworked them today. I don't know. It seems we're gonna have to reword the way the question's put down. And then we'll have to take another vote again. So this vote will not mean anything since it was reaffirming the original question. Yeah. Okay, now, seeing some people are already voting, this is the way it's going to read. It should read on your machine. Sub-amend the motion to amend. 1 to approve, 2 to disapprove. Okay, listen up, everybody. There's some confusion on what we're voting for. We're voting on Mikhail's sub-amendment that he made earlier. And there it is right there. Now, that should work. And 1 to approve, 2 did not. 2 to disapprove.
Yeah. Yeah. I started saying, look like it. Yeah, they're thinking out back there because they're getting that. $100 and get the hell out of it. See some snacks and stuff. You want me to go get you anything? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go pee and grab something myself because I'm like, yeah, I'm getting a little dry. Okay.
Okay, we have lots of people up milling around. I assume everybody that's wanted to vote has voted. You're still sitting in your chairs and not back here chomping at the bit to get out of here. So I think we're going to go ahead and call this, get it over with. 1, 2, 3, let's go. And the sub-amendment passes.
All right, so that is approved. Thank you. Now we go back to the initial amendment was to add for the Quapaw Nation to provide a budget for the program and an assistant. So that's what we've got to vote on now is and an assistant. Would anybody like to speak for or against that sub-amendment? We've got a person over here that wants to speak.
Yes, hi, I'm Tiffany Rowe. I would like to make a motion to table this and put this on the next agenda. This is a huge issue. This isn't just reinstating someone and giving them their job back. This is talking about reinstating a program that was initiated in 1996. And I'm not saying that she should or shouldn't, but I'm saying this is a huge thing that really needs more discussion than what we're going to have time for tonight. We've already had 2 amendments to it. And that's my motion. I motion to table this and add it to the next agenda.
All right, so we've got a motion to table that requires a second. I see a second. It is not debatable. We go to the vote and it's strict majority. So now we need to vote on, simple majority, simple majority. Hold on, we'll get ready to vote on laying this on the table.
Somebody.
Vance?
Chairman Supano, I respectfully ask for a parliamentary ruling on that. We're in the middle of a vote. I'm not sure we can table in the middle of a vote.
Wonderful. All right. Could we get a parliamentarian review of that? Meaning, is that a valid motion to lay it on the table, given where we are right now? I think.
You're not trying to vote.
I think I need you to explain that, if you would. I think I need you to help explain that, because I don't think I'm following it.
Okay. So you just completed a vote on the amendment to the amended motion.
Correct.
That's just been completed.
Correct.
So now you're back into the debate on the amended motion.
Correct.
And so now,
Can't hear you.
now you're back into debate on the motion to amend the main motion. And someone has raised a privilege to table the entire motion.
Got
You're
it.
not in any vote right now.
Yeah, we're not in any vote. So is tabling it allowable at this juncture? Or is this to table, is it the way it was done in the order is to table the amendment and an assistant?
Yeah, I mean, you could. I think you have to get rid of this amended motion. And
So
then-
we have to tend to the adding the language of and an assistant.
Right.
We have to do that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you, Vance?
The whole issue where we are so far into it. And I noticed you were looking in your book, but I think you better look a little deeper.
No, you are in the you are on the amendment to the main motion. That's where you are right now. You're in debate.
But what about the next step, sir?
The next step, yeah, you have to close the debate on this motion to amend the main motion.
I'm sorry, I need a little more clarification there.
Was just a quick question, was the motion to table, was it to table the amendment to the motion or the motion as a whole or all of it?
Table the whole thing.
We can't hear you.
Can we get her a microphone, please? Thank you so much.
It was to amend anything involving the original motion, including the sub-motions.
So to table the entire body of this work.
Yes.
That's a question of.
Yeah.
You see this?
Chairman Supernaw,
So we're looking at that. It's looking at this point that we need to go ahead and tend to the sub amendment to add the language.
may I
That's what
speak?
it's looking like so far.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Supernaw, I do not believe we can table till September either. I believe there's a time limit and that's too far out, if I recall correctly.
It wasn't for time certain. It was for the next meeting.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my assumption was that the motion to table would table it until our next meeting. Therefore, we need to put it on that September 7th and 8th agenda.
See, I do not believe we can table that far. Maybe you're correct. I'm not positive.
No. It only pertains to.
So our parliamentarian review says you can only table the main motion, not the amendment. Did I say that right? Okay. So what we've got to do at this point is let's tend to this amendment to add the language, add an assistant. Let's get that done. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I'm gonna call a question too. No, I'm okay, bro. Good.
I see a green card.
May I call the question for the original question? Let me see, for the original proposal.
Oh, you want me to restate the original motion as amended?
No, I'm calling the question to vote on her reinstatement.
Oh, going back to the main motion. Right now,
Yes.
we're tending to a sub motion or an amendment, and we must administer that one before we go back to the main motion.
Okay, let's vote on it then.
We're almost ready. All right, it's up on the screen. This was simply to add language at the end of the main motion. 3 words, add an assistant. Yes, I'm sorry, approve is 1, disapprove is 2.
Yeah.
Ask you real quick. I got my.
There was that motion to lay on the table,
Yeah.
but that can only be applicable to the main motion.
Oh,
That is,
amendment.
it's not an amendment.
Yeah.
So once you get rid of this amendment, you go to the main motion. And someone can make a motion to lay on the table. And that is up, be approved by majority. And
Yeah. Wrap up and then I'll say. Yeah, I'm trying to be polite. That's all.
Okay, not seeing any hands have any problems, so I will figure that you guys have been able to vote, or you would be raising your hands requesting somebody to come and aid you. I know it's getting late, so we're gonna go ahead and call it. And it looks like that was approved.
All right, so that was approved to add the words "and an assistant." So now we're going to go back to the main motion. And if it's okay with you all, I'm going to read you the full main motion and see if there's no further discussion so we can go directly to the vote.
Okay.
Just let me reread it. Reaffirm Carrie V. Wilson, NAGPRA Director for Quapaw Nation, provide a program budget and an assistant NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment, be held on Quapaw Nation approved property and not personal or private property. It looks like we do need a discussion. Please proceed.
Yes, I just want to call the question to a vote for the original proposal.
All right.
Point of order. I believe my motion to table is still open.
Excuse me. The lay on the table motion was declared invalid and therefore not at this point. Okay, so if we're going to close the debate, that's,
You need to vote on closing.
we need to vote on closing the debate. Sorry, get a little fatigued. So first we need to do that. What do you think? Voice vote?
Try to do more.
Let's try to do a voice vote to close the debate. All those in favor of closing the debate, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The debate is closed. We've already got a motion to close. We're done with close the debate. We're going to go to vote on the main motion. And Mikhail, I am sending it to you right now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'll be back. Still gotta vote.
Yep.
Are we ready to vote? Okay, so we've got the motion up on the screen. If to approve, hit 1, disapprove, hit 2.
Thanks. There. Hey, karaoke. Love and all the wrong way.
Cleared out. Like the flaws.
Carolyn Mudd.
Can't get mine yet, Frank.
Okay, looks like we can go ahead and call this one too. Mikhail, wherever you're at, report to your station and do it to us.
Yeah, Frank, mine's still not working. Mine's still not. Yep, let me see. Mine's still not received. I think must be set up.
And it carries.
All right, so the motion is approved. Jody Wackrow. There's a motion on the table to adjourn, a second. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. All those opposed? Let's go to benediction. I'll just do it.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you all for bearing along here with the meeting today and into this evening. I know everybody's eager to get back to the grounds, get down to the dance. There was one thing, Michelle Bowden over Farmers Market wanted me to mention that tomorrow is a live market event from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. uptown Quapaw at the Farmers Market building on Main Street. And then I have just one more personal little piece. And I usually don't like to talk right in the middle of everybody because most times I'm usually the youngest adult in the room. But what we did wasn't out of malice. What we did wasn't any kind of political anything like that. And we didn't fire anybody. We reacted out of necessity. And even though some of us didn't like the decision that the majority made, we supported it because we are a business committee. We're a team, and that's what we're supposed to do. Be there for one another. I sure feel bad for some younger folks. They're gonna have to grow up watching these kinds of disputes in here. You guys go along with me here just for a second. Hawaii Wakanda is inka wala ke lagani with me. Father God, Savior Jesus Christ, your great spirits roaming around our reservation over here, around our casino, these grounds, it's Grandpa's son that looked over the top of us here today, that looked after us, took care of us here through the daytime. Coming to you here, poor and pitiful here, Father God, asking that you overlook me for being so little here in this life, not trying to be, say, or do anything here in this life, but before you, God, here, say a good word of prayer on behalf of my own people, like it, our own O-Guah-Pah here, standing here, who toughed it out here with us all day and still got a full weekend to go ahead. Father God, just asking you to look after each one of us, wherever you find us at here today, wherever you find us at like that, from the oldest to the youngest here, you can bless our well-being and our health like that. Let us be able to live to the fullest extent of this physical body that you give to us on a daily basis, God. Thanking you here for this life, for this breath of life that you gave to us here. Thanking you for the ways that we have like that, for being Quapaw like that we can continue on hundreds of years later after all the turmoil and despair, that we can continue wanting nothing but the best here for our own folks, for our people like that, asking that you take pity on us for being so little, for being pitiful people here, God. Make it better for us here. You know how we need it. You know how it's supposed to be here for us. Thanking you here for being such a good, kind father and good, kind friend here. Asking you to look after our dance, all the visitors who'll be making their way in and out. All those things that are unsaid, all those things that have been said. You can overlook all those unseen elements and move them out of our way so we can take off down this track of life in a good way, the best that we can here, God. Don't want to say too much or not enough here, but you know what needs to be done here. Thanking you here again. We sure love you for being a good, kind father and friend here to us all. Thank you. Amen. Kashana.
Amen. 2 announcements, rations tomorrow morning, 9 to 11, tribal admin building. And last, thank you to the DCR team. Hospitality was very good. We sure do appreciate it.